one of the largest campuses in Japan, located in Tsukuba Science City. The University of Tsukuba has attracted students from more than 110 countries and regions with many degree programs. Close historical ties with the Olympic and Paralympic Games. World-changing, cutting-edge research. Diverse sports activities and clubs in the campus. Tsukuba Science City is the largest leading-edge R&D center in Japan.
君はなぜ、そして僕らのここに来た意味も、君が見たか未来は振り向き、君が見たかそっと僕らに告げる Imagine the future We shall go together 共に生きる人の未来を思え Imagine the future We shall go together 開かれたその未来を思え朝焼けに星空に描く果てしない夢を君のページに時間の海僕らを乗せたこの空の船は変わる時代変わるすべてに変わらずあるそれは命の重さ
Dear participants, good morning or good evening, depending on where you are. Welcome to the 16th APEC-Tsukuba International Conference under the theme Online Workshops for Lesson Study 2.0, Artificial Intelligence and Data Science for Education in APEC Economies. I'm Nao Ishihara, Secretary Officer for Center for Research on International Cooperation in Educational Development, shortly CRICED, of University of Tsukuba, Japan. It is my honor to be the MC for this conference. We're more than excited to learn from the insightful discussions from our speakers today. Sorry, we are checking the status of our PC. Just wait for a second, please. Okay, sorry for kept you waiting. I would like to share something with you. Okay, so let me start so this is me. I will be the general MC for today's conference. Nice to see you all. Okay, so the next slide. So let us begin the first session, which is the opening session moderated by Dr. Nakao Nomura, Regional Director for Southeast Asia, Bureau of Global Initiatives, University of Tsukuba, Japan. Dr. Nomura, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning from Japan, everybody. I'm Nomura from University of Tsukuba. I'm very glad to start this ceremony with the three distinguished speakers for the welcome the opening remarks. And I'd like to welcome the first address by the Professor Dr. Jun Ikeda. He's the Vice President for the Global Initiative of University of Tsukuba. So please welcome Professor Jun Ikeda for his opening speech. Professor Ikeda, floor is yours.
I am Jun Ikeda, Vice President for Global Affairs at the University of Tsukuba. I took on my new role from April this year. I'm pleased to offer you some opening words on the occasion of the 16th APEC-Tsukuba International Conference, second online workshops for Lesson Study 2.0. First of all, allow me to thank Ms. Haraguchi Nozomi of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, MEXT, of Japan, and Mr. Yuji Zhao, APEC Human Resource Development Working Group's EdNet coordinator, for their support and cooperation. We are truly honored to have them address today's opening ceremony. We are also proud of the strong collaborations of the University of Tsukuba with the APEC programs and projects, particularly in the area of human development, human resource development. The history of our university dates back to the normal school established by the Japanese government in 1872 as the first higher education institution in Japan. This year, we are celebrating 151 years since its establishment and 50 years since its relocation from Tokyo to Tsukuba Science City as a comprehensive university. We have produced 3 Nobel Prize laureates, as well as 40 Olympic gold medalists. We are also one of Japan's leading national universities aiming to realize global trust. As you know,
Masami?
Okay.
No, ¿verdad?
Si uno tiene.
Okay. As you know, artificial intelligence, AI, and data science are the foundations of the fourth industrial revolution. Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade, Industry, or MITI, believes that the fourth industrial revolution will unfold under mathematical capitalism and is talking about the importance of mathematics with a view to AI and even data science. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology has established accreditation system for educational programs in mathematics, data science, and AI, and our university has been accredited. In February 2022, we held the workshop on artificial intelligence, AI, and data science for education. This workshop aimed to develop new research methods for lesson study by utilizing AI and data science for education, which has been developed internationally by our university. Lesson study is a method for developing curricula and better teaching methods that was first introduced in 1873 at our institution's affiliated elementary school. This fostered learning community in Japan, in Japanese schools, and since 1980s, the method has been deployed overseas. Its unique feature has school teachers taking on the challenges themselves as the main actors and researchers striving to support and theorize their efforts. In particular, with the APEC region, Dr. Maitri Imprasita, Vice President of Konken University, who is at University Tsukuba's alumnus, together with Professor Masami Isoda of our university, as Centers for Research on International Cooperation in Educational Development, or CRICED, have promoted the APEC Lesson Study Project for 12 years, from 2006 to 2018, collaborating with researchers in other countries and promoting the lesson study method worldwide. Based on these achievements, this project was accepted by APEC in June as a joint application of Konken University and the University of Tsukuba, with the first online workshops for Lesson Study 2.0 held at Konken University last October. The first workshop focused on the review of previous lesson study approaches. This time, the workshop will focus on how to bring AI and data science into lesson study. as well as to clarify the nature of Lesson Study 2.0. In the first session today, we will discuss the potential of AI and data science methods. We have Professor Kenji Suzuki, Director of the Center for Cybernetics Research and the Principal Investigator at the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory of the University of Tsukuba, discussing the classic question, do you cry because you're sad? Or are you sad because you cry? Using the latest data collection on emotions and analysis methods. Next, we have Professor Roberto Araya, who promotes research on the use of AI at the Institute for Advanced Education at the University of Chile, who will discuss findings that can reveal when lessons are machine learned. In the session that follows, the topic will be on rethinking old school lesson study through the use of today's technology to support traditional lesson study. Professor Raymond Orfos of the Pontifical Catholic University of Valparaiso will talk about online support for lesson study, and Professor Masami Isoda of CRICED will talk about method to describe and analyze personality development through self-evaluation, taking physiological data into account. In the last session, case studies from Dr. Colleen Eddy from University of North Texas, Dr. Arif Hidayat from Indonesia University of Education, Dr. Aida Yap from University of Philippines, and Dr. Marcela Santillan from Universidad Pedagógica Nacional, Dr. Gwen Chitan from Vietnam National University, and Dr. Ivan Vysotski from Moscow's Center for Continuous Math Education will be presented. The final session will then clarify the nature of Lesson Study 2.0 and explore finding future collaborative subjects. Once again, I would like to thank our distinguished guests, Ms. Haraguchi Nozomi of MEXT, Dr. Yuji Zhao of APEC, and all the government officials and lesson study proponents from each country who participated in this workshop. My gratitude for all your collaborations and my best wishes for the promotion of the research and development of Lesson Study 2.0 with all of you, all the participants, all the nearly 800 of them who are viewing this on YouTube. Thank you very much and have a fruitful time.
Thank you very much, Professor Jun Ikeda, for the very informative opening address. Next, I'd like to welcome the distinguished opening speech by the Ms. Nozomi Haraguchi from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, in shortly MEXT, from Japanese government. Ms. Haraguchi, virtual floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nomura, for kind introduction. And Dr. Jun Ikeda, Vice President of Tsukuba University, Mr. Yoichi Tsao, APEC Human Resources Development Working Group Education Network Coordinator, Professor Dr. Ikeda, Director of CRICED, and distinguished participants. Very good morning from Japan. My name is Nozomi Haraguchi, and I am from the International Affairs Division of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology of Japan, shortly MEXT. It is my great pleasure to say a few words on behalf of MEXT. First, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the professors and members of the CRICED project team who must have worked very hard for the preparation of this second online workshop for Lesson Study 2.0. The theme of today's workshop is AI and data science for education. With the development of technology and accompanying changes in economic and social conditions progressing at a very high speed, it has been pointed out that sufficient progress has not been made in developing and securing human resources who can respond to such changes. One important target of the APEC education strategy encourages member economies to integrate science, technology, and innovation in education to promote the fostering of human resources. Within this context, international concerns for the fostering of computational thinking and ICT literacy have been growing. And there has been strong calls for not only the dissemination and promotion of ICT in schools and the improvement of teachers' ICT literacy, but also curriculum reform that is adaptive to ICT in education. The digitalization in education in the primary and secondary level is a very particularly important issue, also in Japan. And MEXT is tackling to realize digital specific learning by promoting a concept of Giga School program, which is one device for one student, and dismissing online learning systems utilizing the devices. I recognize that the theme of today's workshop, AI and data science for education, is based on the findings that Professor Isoda and his team members have cultivated through their capacity building activities for curriculum developers at the primary and secondary education levels in the Asia Pacific region. I believe this must be very timely to expect a developed discussion towards the human development in the new era. I would like to close by saying that I hope today's workshop will be enriched by the proactive exchange of opinions from everybody taking part, so that it will further boost educational innovation and development, as well as the cooperation among researchers and educators in the Asia Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your opening address from MEXT, Ms. Haraguchi. I'd like to welcome the next speaker. The next speaker is from the APEC. He's a Yuchi Cao. He is from the Human Resource Development Working Group Education Network Coordinator. Ms. Yuchi Cao, virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellency Jun Ikeda, Vice President of University of Tsukuba, Your Excellency Ms. Nozomi Haraguchi from Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and I will say good evening because I noticed some of the friends are in their nights, in their evenings. It is my great honor to attend the 16th APEC-Tsukuba International Conference and the second online workshop for Lesson Study 2.0 on Artificial Intelligence and Data Science for Education in APEC Economies. This is the first time for me to participate in an event organized by the member economy since I took the role as the APEC Education Network Coordinator in this January. I would like to express my gratitude to University of Tsukuba for the invitation and also congratulate the Center on International Cooperation in Education Development from University of Tsukuba and the Institute for Research and Development in Teaching Profession for ASEAN in Kokkan University, Thailand for organizing this online workshop. Lesson study is one of the best practices for improving teaching and learning in Japan, and also a very effective means for teachers' peer learning and their professional development. It has been successfully disseminated to all economies for reference. I'm not representing China for this workshop today, but I would like to say China has similar practice, and we call it teaching research, which is kind of action research, encouraging teachers' collaboration among the subject groups in schools, and it aims to formulate a community of practice among teachers. I have noticed that there are already a lot of exchanges between Japan and China on this issue. I'm very pleased to see that the University of Tsukuba has implemented the APEC lesson study project from 2006 to 2018 and have achieved fruitful outcomes. It is encouraging that the University of Tsukuba is continuing this initiative and taking efforts to promote exchanges among member economies in this regard. We know that we are living in a digital era, and the advancement of technologies has been transforming our education and reshaping the future of education. In this context, it is inspiring that the cooperative project initiated by Japan seeks to leverage the power of artificial intelligence and data science for lesson study. I noticed today the speakers are from a range of economies, which will make the sharing and discussion today very dynamic, I believe so. I wish the online workshop a success and the cooperation will continue and expand beyond the workshop. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yuzi Chao, for the opening address. Okay, so that we have completed the opening speech from the three distinguished speakers. And now I'd like to take this opportunity to take a group photo. So if possible, could you turn on your webcam to join the group photo session? I want Ms. Ishihara, MC, are you ready for taking photo?
Thank you, Dr. Nomura.
Okay.
So let us check with our team. 写真 OK ですか? 撮ってもよろしいですか?
Okay.
Just for a second, please.
Okay.
Those who haven't opened the camera, please open your webcam. Okay, so our team is ready.
Okay. How many shots are we going to take, Ms. Ishihara?
3 shots?
3 shots. Okay, I will
Thanks.
count 1, 2, 3, and photo taking. Okay. First shot. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go for the second shot. 1, 2.
Wait a moment, please.
Okay.
Is it okay? Is everything okay? Checking how we are on the photo.
I can see everybody smiling very
Can you see?
beautifully.
Right.
Are you ready? Okay, second shot. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We will take one more shot. Mrs. Ishihara, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we ready? Okay.
Okay,
Final
so the
shot
third
as
shot, this
well.
will be the last one. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you
Okay,
very
thank you
much.
very much for the
Thank you so
cooperation and the
much.
participation to the opening ceremony. I will return the floor to the MC. Thank you very much for the joining.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nomura, for moderating the opening session. So let's move on to the next session. I would like to introduce the project overseers of APEC HRD Project 14-2022S. Can you share the slide of the speakers? So we would like to have Dr. Masami Isoda, Director of CRICED, and Dr. Maitri Imprasita, Vice President of Konkan University. They will explain the project linkages. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. All of the honorary guests for the opening speech. And now we would like to present the project linkages, and at the same time, we explain the project itself. Camera on. First of all, I would like to explain the project itself. This project is related with APEC Araya vision, set priority for research on international innovation and digitalization and theme of APEC year 2022 is open, connect, and balance. APEC lesson study project has developed open approach in education. Inside project has developed curriculum recommendation for AI and data science. For digital transformation, a number of the educational research to use AI and data science methodology are ongoing. On this occasion, the project implements 2 online workshops for training trainers in government. First workshop was already held last October, and this part will be explained by Dr. Maitri. And the second workshop is this workshop, and the first workshop was focused on the previous lesson study approach. And the second workshop, we focus on AI and data, using the AI and data science, and at the same time, using the technological tools in relation to the pandemic, overcoming the pandemic. Okay, this is the scope of the project this year. And then this is the website. As you know, you already visited, right? But however, if you see the banner, we have been engaging in the project since year 2006. And this is the website of the Thailand. So actually, Thailand and Japan has been collaborating through the lesson study project since year 2006. Under the APEC, in Japan, we have the conference or workshop for preparation, the lesson study. Lesson study needs the same for the study. And we usually deeply discuss about the same. And in each economy, actually, last moment of the project, 90 economies and 20 economies are participated. And after the discussions about the same, then each economy is trying to do lesson study, then report at the Thailand. And then we report to the APEC. On that cycle, we have been working together. And this photo is the first conference of the lesson study, year 2006. Actually, now that we all together, key people that are participated. For example, he is Dr. Frederick Leon. He's now the president of ICMI, top of the Mathematics Education Society. And so on the such a key peoples are all together and discussing and learning together. And the learning together is the policy of lessons. We study each other, from each other. Then establish the lesson study associations and communities in each economy. And many of them become the president, dean, and director. And one lady professor become member of the parliament. And in the case of CRICED, we already published more than 100 publications, the book. So through such a collaboration, we have engaged very much fruitful activities in 18 years. And then this is the first meeting by the US famous researcher, Dr. Catherine Lewis. And she mentioned a US teacher said, before lesson study, we had talked about multiple intelligence, constructivism, and so on, but never talk about the content of teaching. In the lesson study project, we began to talk about the subject matter, why we teach it, how we teach it, and what students learned from the lesson. Actually, this is the most necessary thing for the preparation of the lesson. And the lesson study enhance most necessary thing. And after the lesson study project, we shifted to the new wave, AI and data science. And this is a project, Japan, Chile, and Thailand. And we reported the recommendation developing computational thinking on AI and big data era for digital society. Recommendation from APEC inside Project 1. And now currently, in ASEAN, 3 senior centers and with collaboration of Japan and Chile, we are now planning to prepare the elementary school teachers guide based on this recommendation. And it is in the case of elementary school, teachers do not know the programming. However, we discuss unplanned programming activity. So through such a manner, we are enlarged the influence of the project, achievement of the project, extended to the other region. Okay, and this is the last year conference, the case of the University of Tsukuba. We held this conference workshop on artificial intelligence and data science for education. And on this workshop, Dr. Roberto Araya discussed about computational thinking. And Dr. Maitri discussed about the teacher education, newest teacher education program. It's collaborated with Korea. And from our university, Dr. Nahatame briefly explained current usage of AI and data science approach in the case of language education. So those are the last project. And from Dr. Maitri, now he will explain the last October's workshop. Thank you very much. Dr. Maitri?
Yes. Very good morning from Thailand, and also Happy New Year. In Thailand, now we are celebrating Thai Happy New Year during these weeks. and we are in the long vacations. So as Professor Masami Isoda has mentioned, we built up the 5th series of lesson study 1.0 in 2006 and 2018, and we spent 3 years to connect to the digital era. And since last October, we shipped our idea into the lesson study 2.0, and we are trying to adapt and modify the idea of data science, AI and data science for education. And last October, we started the first workshop in Thailand. We focus on achievements of the past lesson study project in the APEX. And we also discussed the possible adaptation of AI and data science approaches. We gathered more than 200 participants from 16th Economy and 4 non-APEX member economy. I will show you this, the participating economy in last year's online workshop. And we are very honored that our lead shepherd, Professor Wangs, also joined us, and Dr. Laxmon from the Ministry of Education from Thailand, and also Professor Masami and I, myself. And we will recap what we were discussing in last October. And Professor Masami Isoda started to focus on what it is with and what we have done in the past. And I myself try to bring attention in the digital era, how we organize the classroom. It's not the idea of on-site and online, but the idea of self-regulation, self-learning, and interaction learnings. And next was the Tay Kim Hongs from the Association for Science and Mathematics Education Penang in Malaysia. She talks about the long-term developmental collaboration by the networks and the experience of the application of lesson study in Malaysia since 2002, which was conducted by building conscience amongst the experts who improve the content in science and mathematics trainings. And next speakers, Professor Bayudi from Simolex, Indonesia. He talks about the research and the lesson study that had been normally ongoing before the COVID pandemic. When COVID spreads, the online course was used to train on planning and reflecting the result together through various programs such as Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, and facilitating recording and extents of views. Next speakers, and also as we all know, Professor Roberto Araya from Chile. He always presents a very outreach and also very stimulating and heartening research, and as is very timely. Last time he focused on how to build student written mathematical argumentations. I think this year we have heard about the potentials and the power of ChatGPT, and I think we are eager to listen to what this year Professor Roberto Araya will tell us. And next speakers in last October is Professor Raymond. He focused on the challenge of developing student statistical reasoning in terms of data science, children's experience in early statistics. And next is Professor Totin Lam from Singapore. Presented about the computational thinkings in mathematics study pedagogical system in Singapore. And following by the next speaker, Professor Ivan Suzuki, a friend from Russia's Federal Education Standard. He talked about Russian Federal Educational Standard 2021. The exemplary curriculum in mathematics of 7 and 9 graders, probability and statistics. And next, our own friends, Professor Hishan Liu from Korea National University of Education, South Korea. He talked about the lesson study for AI, including mathematics text for high school levels, related to AI basics and AI mathematics that are used in 2022 and already in use in some schools for students who want to select the subjects. And next speakers, Professor Nguyen Chi Tan from Vietnam National University. He reflects on the present situation related to artificial intelligence and data science in Vietnam, which has suggested the future collaboration with country under APEC economy. That's what we have done in the last October for first online workshop. Continuing in this, I will give you an idea that we continue during the last October in Thailand. We organize many workshops for kids. You will see, I'll give you this and what we introduced. Some courses in the general education at the university levels. Thank you very much, Professor Masami Isoda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maitri.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isoda and Dr. Maitri, for explaining the project linkages. So we would like to take a 5-minute break here, and we would like to restart the session, the keynote session, from 9:50 Japan time. We will see you soon.
なかなか難しい。ただ写真はあれだね、参加者多くなかったのね。写真は全員入ったのね。あのカメラ、まだついてる。で、休み時間に何か流すんだっけ？
One of the largest campuses in Japan, located in Tsukuba Science City. The University of Tsukuba has attracted students from more than 110 countries and regions with many degree programs. Close historical ties with the Olympic and Paralympic Games. World-changing, cutting-edge research. Diverse sports activities and clubs in the campus. Tsukuba Science City is the largest leading-edge R&D center in Japan. one of the largest campuses in Japan, located in Tsukuba Science City. The University of Tsukuba has attracted students from more than 110 countries and regions with many degree programs. Close historical ties with the Olympic and Paralympic Games. World-changing, cutting-edge research. Diverse sports activities and clubs in the campus. Tsukuba Science City is the largest leading-edge R&D center in Japan.
Okay, welcome back, participants. We will proceed to the next session, which is the keynote session. And to the general participants from YouTube, if you have any questions to the keynote speakers, please send it via chat box of YouTube. Okay, so let me introduce the first speaker. I'm very pleased to invite Dr. Suzuki Kenji, who is the director of the Center of Cybernetics Research and professor of the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory from University of Tsukuba, Japan. Dr. Suzuki will use the latest emotional data collection analysis methods, and the title of his keynote is Challenges in Understanding Students' Effect in the Classroom by Using a Facial Wearable Device. Dr. Suzuki, please.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And then I'm very honored to present our work related to these challenges in understanding student effect. So I am coming from Center for Cybernetics Research, which is in that the engineering and the medicines that the very highly hybrid environment. I have been working in several different domains, like the gait analysis, rehabilitation studies, also medical devices. And then from those kind of the experiences, we have been working on many years about the face. So first starting from the facial palsies, paralyzed the face. But also right now in this technology, we have been working to understand the people's effect. So today, I think the limited time, but let's start with this slide. We are working on this human technology for empowering people. So what are the functions of social signals for empowering people? Our field is in the computational behavioral science. So technology for computationally measuring, analyzing, and controlling, which means shaping behavior. And actually the name of my laboratory is Artificial Intelligence Laboratory. So in this case, for supporting people, understanding people is essential. And also, in order to achieve artificial intelligence, understanding human intelligence is essential. So in this domain, we are trying to do that, not in the normal schools, but we have been working many years with children with developmental disorders, also the conscious disorders, people who has the problems in communicating with others. I hope that this presentation is very much engineering oriented, but I hope that this you can find out something interesting from my talk. So the first of all, what is social signals? This is the famous experiment with the electronics groups. So these mothers communicate with children, and the mother suddenly like that the changes that her face, which means that the freeze her face. This is the still face paradigm. You could see that even that the babies could understand changes in a few seconds, trying to let the draw attention from the mother, trying to like that the behavior, initiate the behaviors. So such kind of things is, which is that actually the people can imagine that, but from engineering viewpoint, such that the facial expressions, face to face, gestures, turn taking, joint attention, imitations, those kind of like typical behaviors, which is not like that we still not able to get properly in a real wild environment. This is our challenge, how to get such signals, because social signals are like key signals which guide from smooth interactions, eye contact, gaze directions, facial expression, and so on. And then temporal characteristics is very, very sensitive. Even if responding in 1 second, responding in 3 seconds, only 2 second differences, but meanings are completely different. But currently, to call that microanalysis, behavior levels of social cues are that very much still vague and uncertain. So, for the example, only that the one that the interactions, like are first blinking and then happen the face to face, while face to face we have some smiles, but even these signals is coming, like facing in, changing the behavior, smiling in, smiling out, facing out. Such kind of like that the signals which reflect and represent affective changes. And then these changes, we believe in that, conveying the intention and understanding others from changes of the social signals. So this is like one example of that wearable device of that face-to-face detections. So while that the people facing, then in that we can get that more than that the 30 Hz. So these 30 times per second. So these kind of interactions, when exactly face-to-face happens, this is that the social signals. In these researches, we define about that observable behavioral cues in social interaction, which produce tangible and effective changes in others and intentionally not. Actually, we started that together with a collaboration with Isoda sensei, and these social signals in the common that world, but in education, in a learning sense, they are like the learning signals in the classroom. So the teacher's viewpoint and the student viewpoint, how we can get this learning behavioral signals is our challenge. So there are several devices like detection of human touch, detection of interactions, which is the close or not physically spatial information, and the face-to-face, like I showed that. But also, today is we focus on these smiles, which is the facial, the wearable device. The question is very simple, that do we understand people's heart, people's feeling, people's affect? So this this is that the devices of the smile leading a wearable interface for leading facial expression. By wearing some of the devices, we can detect about that the facial expressions. So first, that I would like to do that some simple experiment with these two videos. So you can see about that these two persons at the facial expression. Actually, one is that posed the face. Another is that this spontaneous smile. So do you think that could you please think about that which one is a pose and which one is that the spontaneous smiles? Actually, the answer is like that. So left one is pose smile. Right one is spontaneous smiles. So you understood about that? If you are not able to do that, but don't worry, because only visual features, half of that the people are able to like recognize and identify this pose and the spontaneous. This has been done is that in the psychological studies. So even if you are not able to identify that, but don't worry about that. In fact, that the facial expression identification and emotion estimation are a lot of that devices has been developed since years and years. Computer vision is one of the great technology, but also some physical sensors and physiological signals, like brain waves, are also proposed. But still, it is very difficult to continuously identify facial expression in the real environment. We focus on actually that the physiological signals. So this is the smile leading device, which can detect that the smiling, and when detecting smiling, and that the LED will light up. Blinking and other signals are not that affected. Even that the speaking is okay, but many people smiling while talking, and that one we can identify about that. The mechanism is that they like this. In usually that for the smiling, there are these four major muscles that are activated. And when people smile, like brain gives the signals to the muscles which moves that smiles, who moves the muscles. But that signals is not only that on the muscles, but propagated all the faces. We can detect about that such signals from side of the face, which is not to disturb the facial expressions. And then at the same time, we have some AI technology to identify which is smiles or not. So let's try to give an answer on that. We have done that the like larger participant of studies. Japanese and Chinese and Mexicans that the participants are recruited. And then we show them the videos, like the pose smile and the spontaneous smiles. Actually, the 54 videos and 27 different persons of the videos. And then the accuracy means that the correct answer is coming between 50 and 60. So that I think you might be worried about that if you didn't identify that smiles, but don't worry about that. For that experiment, we got that it's also that around 50 and 60. But these DMG signals, which we do that, is more than that 90% of that the accuracy we can identify poses under the spontaneous smiles. So this means this is that difficult for humans, but easy for AI. Then, but not be worried about that. There is, I'm not saying about that the AI understand spontaneous smiles. Very simply, we proved that there is some certain differences in the physical features between pose and spontaneous smiles. So I think that this is a good example about that. So mainly one secret things, AI is looking at that where exactly AI seeing that these faces. Because the beginning of smiles, I think no one can understand. But the end of the smiles, people, you can find out differences. Because Paul's smile is not like really happy or smiling that the phenomena. Paul's smile is simply is the behavior. So she stops smiling very quickly. She can. But spontaneous smiles is not able to stop that at the end. So more like longer, like the time of that, the end of the smile happens. Very small differences, but there is certain differences that could identify that AI shows that. So AI doesn't understand meanings. AI simply to recognize small differences between A and B. But this is also good things about that. We have that there are several studies we have done that. So the one of these is the studies of that the children with autism spectrum disorders, and this is that the certain the signals from that the faces. So that we use the 4 channels of that electrode from the side of the face. The you can see about that there is no signals right now, but the later coming on some of that the higher signals not coming. Sorry about that. Then the because so for this one, and then certainly we could understand about that clearly about that the facial activities. That is an example of this the children with the very severe autism spectrum disorders. Then I think for the first time, this is a bit old paper, but they could accept that smile as a scales. Certainly that in a quantitative manner, the duration of smile in the sessions can be quantified by using that in a device. Actually, in that like the very wild playroom environment. So session 1, session 2, session 3, session 4. Pink colors shows that positive behavior. Gray colors means that negative behavior. That was coded by the human coder. So first session is positive behavior is small. Second session is almost all negative behavior, like escaping or that anxiety. But third session, the fourth sessions, he started to give that the positive behavior. And at the time, in the similarly, that the smiles is also increasing according to session 1, 2, 3, 4. You know about that even if session 2, negative behavior are increased. So we might think about that. He's not like that the positive that the feeling, but actually amount of smiles is increased from that session 1. So it could be possible to increase at the next sessions. So these kind of things is I think very important, and we would like to mention that it's not like that he do that positive behavior. That's why he smiles. His affect is good mood. His affect is positive. That's why he gives smiles. So not social positive behavior gives us smiles. We believe in that the smile may facilitate social positive behaviors. So in this kind of studies, which we have done that also, they are a bit complicated that the studies. So I am not going in details about that. But also with that robot sessions, we found out what kind of behavioral sequences, and then which is that causes some prosocial behavior, like helping behavior. We coded that many that the things, and then we found out the importance is first smiling happens, then heading, and then approaching to that the robot, and finally prosocial behaviors. So which means that this also shows that the smiling the first. So smiles are the signal of prosocial behavior toward the robot. This is our conclusions. So in step by step, right now, we have some technology to identify that the kind of affective changes in some that a certain environment. So for educational that the purposes, which is I think very good that the correspondence and the very good applications we believe in that. So now we have been working with that domains a lot, much more before than before. And then the other that the application I would like to share about that, this is toward effective communication aid. So our devices, how much that we can get that the signals, you can see about that. This is that the pseudo facial expressions. Right now that this is that the technology of independent component analysis and support vector machines, a kind of that machine learning technology. So now I'm making that showing the videos, but I think you cannot see that the differences. But certainly she uses that muscles. So I moved that, and then like that the circle identified, and that one is she moves that the faces, and then she stopped at the face. Again, she also that the moves that face, and then the not moves the face. So this is that she tried to do that these pseudo facial expressions, but even neutral and positive and negative faces, 74% accuracy we can get that signals. Only positives actually more than 90%. So such kind of that devices, which means that even if almost no movement, but signals are available. So we have been working with the participant with some impaired consciousness. So the participant A is conscious level low, participant B is the conscious level high, and then I am just showing with that the cases is that so right now, so he is smiling. So that one is that the signals is also, we could detect about that some of the major smiling signals. But these phases, it's also difficult for the humans because he is not much moved at the faces. But still, you know, with that videos that earlier, his zygomatics that measures that the signals are certainly that the activated at smiling. So this means that we could see that the confirmed significant changes in the mouth region's muscles. So even if people cannot also move that the face is very well, but still we could measure the response related to the present emotions. This is very much challenging issues, but still we would like to get that even if very small changes of that the intention of that the student, even if small like that the changes of that the emotional changes. So how we can get that is that our, I think, strong that the challenges and trials. So I think I would like to conclude that my talk about that. I am actually very much interested in that is that the human subjectivity, because currently that the technology and science is trying to understand some of that like the subject objective that measures, but we move to more like subjective that measures, which means that nowadays we can get that subjectivity from the facial expressions. This is simply hand, or this is very wonderful. That is, I think, subjectivity's issues. So today's topics is I have been discussing with some of the computational, a part of computational behavioral sciences, and these social signals as also regarded as learning signals. This is the current we are challenging. And then to use that artificial intelligence technology to identify such that the signals is available right now. And these facial wearable devices that we have been developing is that not obtrusive on the face and hand. So that is that can be used in a classroom. So I think I would like to share with that my current and recent works, and I'm very happy to have that feedback. So it is the conclusion of my talk, and thank you for your listening. I think any question or comment if you have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suzuki, for a really interesting session. I was really impressed by the depth of smile, which I believe is one of the most fundamental factors in communicating with others. And actually, I could identify the post smile. So, yes. Okay, so we would like to move on to the question and answer session. If from the speakers, I mean the participants from our conference, if you have questions, please raise your hands. And also from the, oh, okay, I find who is raising the hand. Sorry, let me check. Okay, so Dr. Roberto Araya, can you, you please.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Suzuki. Very interesting work and very important for education. So my question is, you know, in a classroom you have maybe 30 students. So how can you handle, or you have experience handle, let's say, 30 students with the device at the same time? So there's things like synchronicity between one and the other. So I think if you can talk about that complexity, how you handle it.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Like this one is the connected with data devices, and then also having some of the small things that to wirelessly signals is transmitted. So basically Bluetooth technology. So up to now we have done that the 5 or 6 that the measurement at the same time, not more than that. The 30 is of course that a large number, but from technology's viewpoint, this is basically one by one that the communications. So this could be not much complicated, just simply to use that the multiple devices. Is that a correctly answer to your question?
Yes, thank you. I just was wondering, maybe in the synchronicity of too many individuals, this N is got 30, maybe raises new complexity.
I see. Yes, that is a good point, but I can say that this is possible because today we didn't I couldn't, sorry about that, I couldn't prepare that slide. We have been working on this the facial synchronicity, synchrony, in that less than, you know, our device is measured, the signals is 1 kilohertz, so 1,000 samples per second, and the level is actually difference is at 15 millisecond. So almost from facial expression viewpoint is that I think simultaneously we can say about that. Very interesting about that, because facial synchrony is basically, we can say about that 250 to 500 millisecond. At that time that many papers say about that is the same time happen smiles. This is very interesting, is that the smiles are propagated or smile happen at the same time, which is, I think, very important also for understanding their social the relationship.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have a question from the YouTube chat box. May I share one more question? Maybe due to time limitations,
Sure.
one might be, this might be the last one, but let me share. I will show you the slide from the floor.
Okay.
Okay, so it is this one here.
Okay.
Can you see?
Or I stop sharing, or can you lead that? We'll be happy about that.
Okay. I'll stop sharing first.
Okay.
Can I post? I have a
Do
question.
I stop sharing?
Can you? Yeah. Could you stop sharing?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So I will share my screen from the audience, which is this. So in our school, we are still using face masks to prevent communicable illness, for example, influenza or a cold or a COVID, so common to younger children. How is facial recognition used with only eyes showing? Is the question from the floor. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, this is very interesting that the things. And then can I share again about that my slide?
Of course.
Can you stop
Remind.
sharing?
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't have a time about that, these issues about that, then I skipped on that. So identifying that the facial, positive facial expression is basically two parts, around that eyes corner and also mouth corner. And then there are many parts on that. Actually, which is that even if a part of that, only that upper part and the lower part, could identify that facial data expressions. Of course, not 100%, but these both two action unit, which is called the facial action coding systems, which contributes almost equally to that. And then you can see about that both are if that smiles, which is that like happened at the same time. They are called the Duchenne smiles, which is that the also like a pose smiles. So technically speaking, even if from the eyes, we can also have that the enough information I can get that. Try to use the cameras. You can get that, I think. Okay. I think this is a very good question because I couldn't have a time to share this slide, but I could have a chance. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Suzuki. Actually, we would like to ask more, but due to time constraints, we would like to end your keynote here. Thank you so much for presenting your latest research results. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Okay. So let us move on to the second keynote session. Okay. Let me share my slide to introduce. Okay, so that was Dr. Suzuki from University of Tsukuba. So our next keynote will be Dr. Roberto Araya. And the title for his session will be Harnessing ChatGPT and Social Emotional Analysis to Unlock the Power of Lesson Study. Dr. Roberto, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening from here. Yes. Good morning. Yes. So first I want to thank you, Professor Masami, for inviting me and all these years, and also today have been very important for me and for my group and University of Chile to know the work of Professor Masami, and it has a big impact on us. And so I'm gonna share the presentation. So I'm going to talk about using AI for lesson analysis, and in particular use ChatGPT as well. So lesson study has been a big cultural shock for me when I met Professor Masami Isoda around 12 years ago, and see the whole work he's been doing and this culture in educational culture in Japan. But what now AI can do and can help us, that's the question that I'm going to try to address, and some things we're doing. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to talk 4 points. How much can we improve lesson analysis with AI today? What opportunities will AI bring? How to implement its use? It's not easy, but I think we should try starting, and then what we achieve in the next 5 years framework. So the kind of question we're trying to address is, for example, written answers to open questions that keys to, does AI can help us in some way to analyze what they're writing, can it help us to analyze argumentation of the students? Are they getting into deep analysis in mathematics and mathematical thinking? Following Professor Isoda's book about mathematical thinking, is really getting somehow AI could help analyze this kind of information, hopefully in real time. Can it help also, as Professor Suzuki showed, nonverbal cues in the classroom? So can AI today help us to get some information, analyze these nonverbal cues? Also attitudes. One thing also I learned from Professor Masami in Japan is the importance in the curriculum of attitudes. So can somehow AI help us analyze this information that is occurring during the classroom? And how about engagement? Can AI help us also to detect engagement and what are the kids that are engaged, which are not, and then somehow later on try to help the teacher with that. And then how about generosity and cooperation? Is able to detect this kind of behaviors in the students, so AI could help us. And then how about honesty also all these values that is not only learning mathematics or learning to write and do argumentation, but also this behavioral skills and also these values. So can AI help with all this? And also trust, when you trust another. So that's something very important. And so it's very ambitious, but it can help us somehow with all this phenomena that is occurring in the lesson. And also, there are several personalities. Not all kids are alike. Some of them are more open. Other ones are more extrovert or introvert. So it's a lot of information. It's incredible the teacher somehow managed all of that. But now, can AI also help with all this? Also, social networks. It's not just individual alone, but there's connection between them. Some others are friends, and there's some reputation between them. So how come AI can help us with that? And when you have a, let's say, open lesson, see something very important for the other teachers, what are the innovations in this lesson that's been introduced? So it's something that I can use. And so can AI also help on that? And other thing is, for example, this is what worked as planned. For example, when I did an open lesson in the school in Tsukuba next to the university, well, I have planned a lesson and I have certain goals, but not everything worked as I imagined, as planned. So could AI tell me at the end, as the panel did analyze my class, could help me and say, okay, Roberto, this is something that, according to your plan, you reach that goal or what not, yeah? And also, can you help summarize the lessons? It's just finished my lesson. Can you summarize according to a certain theoretical framework? I mean, say this is what you did, and it's just a small summarization, same as you summarize a whole book or paper. Yeah, I will just to know what maybe when 100 words or 200 words were the main thing according to certain ideas that I think it's important. So that's the dream. And we're trying to explore with the recent advances in AI, some of them, as Professor Suzuki showed, if AI can help us in this kind of thing. And there are a lot of other things that also, but I'm going to show what the kind of thing we're trying to do now. So what are the opportunities of what we're trying to do in our group? I'm going to talk about 4 main topic. One is written argumentation, how the kids write, and that's the computer can help us analyze that. Let's say, for example, the kids all writing in computers or in tablets. So the teacher receives, this is for another question, the teacher receives 30 answers, each one maybe a short answer, but just in a couple of seconds or minutes. So can AI help analyze which are at least coherent answers? Some of these answers also show some attitudes of the student. So can this help analyze that? Second, the gaze and body orientation, something similar to what Prof. Suzuki said, showed can help us write certain behaviors, this nonverbal behavior in the classroom. Also, 3 social emotional skills. Then the personality, extrovert, introvert, and finally, lesson summarization. So the first argumentation. So here are some answers of different type of questions, and this is the word problems in 4th grade. We're working this. We have several like 50,000 answers from students from collected the last years, and all are in the written the platform. And some of them, you know, these are answers like this. You don't need to know Spanish to know that it's not a proper answer. So this reveals some attitudes. Some of these are not coherent. So can the machine immediately detect this is not coherent and say to the teacher, look out, here is an answer is not proper. So maybe you should do something with the student. So when we're working in this problem, automatic detection of incoherent answer, this is not incorrect, it's just incoherent. Some of them are easy to detect, like this one, but other ones is something like, it is okay, teacher. It's well written, is not a non-word, but somehow the answer doesn't no connection with what was with the question. Also, we're working in this following Vygotsky. This is not Ivan, it's another Vygotsky, but maybe it's a Russian psychologist. Argumentation comes from interiorization of the dialogue. So it's just you talking with another, and some point you talk with yourself, with your inner speech. So this is the activity with inner speech. So the question is, okay, if the kids learn to talk first with a let's say puppet before writing, do the questions, do the answers improve in some sense? So this is something we're asking, and we're trying to. Oh, can you listen? Can you listen? I don't know if you can listen, but anyway,
Yes,
here's
yes.
a teacher. Yes, okay. Here's a teacher.
The sound of the
present.
classroom is not shared.
Oh, it's not. Okay,
Maybe you
okay.
need to share with sound.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna and again, no, it's this. Which one was? Oh, this one, and with sound.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. But in any case, this was in Spanish. So, and okay.
Yes, it's clear.
Now it's better. Well,
Yes.
this is they learn to first talk to this tool that is like puppet, and after that they write. So the question is, do they improve? So we have thousands of answers. So the machine learning algorithms that we develop try to compute some improvement in all these answers. So that's the kind of thing we're using AI to see the effect of this tool. This is just one of the things we're doing. I think it's gaze and body orientation. So we used several years ago some glasses, like Professor, it was more basic, just glasses that recorded from the kids' viewpoint. We have this information, and also we compute orientation. But now we changed to using just one smartphone at the end of the lesson, and we just want to see the direction of the face. It's not the eyes, just the face, and direction of the body orientation. And from that information, compute where the teacher is, and somehow get some. And from that, get some connection of between the kids, who is looking to whom. I mean, so this is the kind of network. And here's what it's an algorithm we developed. So it's computing not in real time, but it's computing here is the direction, the body orientation and of the head, and here is computing where is in the position in the classroom. So we're trying to do this just with a very simple tool, just using a smartphone, a common smartphone. So that's what we're trying to use. Okay, so we have seen 2 applications using AI that nowadays we can do it. And the third one is socio-emotional skills. So something very important, and what kind of thing we can do and integrate with the rest of the thing, because social skills are very important. So somehow social skills is some auto-regulation. It's just you regulate your like inner implicit model. The psychologists call them system 1, that it is autonomous, is implicit, and with system 2, with your conscious, you try to regulate this. So all these social emotional skills, and we're trying to see with different tools. I'm gonna for cooperation of the kids, and I'm gonna just show just one of them. Random allocation game is trying to measure honesty. So the test is the following, and then we integrate this test with all the rest of the information. We do the following: we toss a coin, but we say to the kid, okay, just think, is it going to be head or tail? You just think for yourself, and then if it does agree once the teacher throw the coin and you see the result, if it's agree with what you thought yourself, then you say this some small tickets are for me. Otherwise, it's for someone else in the classroom, or other condition is someone else in another school. So nobody knows what you thought before. It's just for yourself. And so you could lie if you want, nobody would know. But if you have so many students in the classrooms, you know roughly half of the kids will get it right, and for them, and half will not get it right. So this is the test, and here we see.
Lanza la cara moneda. Cara.
So they have to.
Cayó al suelo, ¿qué cayó? Cara.
For them the prize, take it or not. That's what they're doing.
¿Qué salió? Ustedes son testigos. Sello, ahora salió sello.
So this is the
sello. Vamos a lanzarla aquí. ¿Qué salió? Cara. Ya.
Voy a lanzar la moneda y salió sello.
Well, so this is somehow measure one of these values, this honesty, and we can see if the classroom under certain conditions, where the kind of activities we do during the year promotes or somehow more honesty than other kind of activities that we do. So, and then we integrate this with the body orientation, with the way they write, if they write coherent answers or not. That's the kind of thing we do it. Also important is the personality. Personality, there is something that's called the openness, consciousness, extraversion, neuroticism, and agreeableness. This is a model called the Big Five of Ocean. No, O from openness, you are more open or not. C, if you are more consciousnesses or not. E of extraversion or introversion, and A from agreeableness, and then and the N of neuroticism. So we're measuring this in all the kids. We have been adapted as a test that is for Oros. We have adapted for kids, and using it and integrate this with the social emotional variables and values, and in order to have a whole picture, not only how they think in mathematics, but all these attitudes as well. And then it's a lot of data from all multiple kind of data, and how to integrate that in order to have a more pro picture of the students and the impact on learning mathematics, learning how to think more deeply, but also the impact on attitudes and values as well. And we're using AI to integrate all this and try to make some predictions of if under this condition, this way of this kind of lesson will produce or not impact on all these variables. That's what we're doing. And finally, a lesson summarization. When you watch a lesson and you observe a lesson, then what are the main points? How do you summarize this lesson? So so how then AI, machine learning, language model, ChatGPT, and also help on that. That's something we're working. We have recorded like 1,500 lessons for fourth grade, and we're producing, analyzing this information and learning from all this, how to analyze this more automatically, because nobody wants to watch again a whole video of your own class. It's too much time, and you don't have much time. You would like to record all your lessons, what you've been doing, and do a summarization of each one of them and several lessons, and then be able to compare and see what are my weaknesses and what should my strength, and what should I do next. So here's what we're doing. So normally you watch a lesson and you have a protocol. For STEM lesson, we use a protocol from Professor Stanford's called Scopus, and there is a protocol for watching the teacher and the other information for watching the students. And this is manual. You have to do this, and then you have to compare with another rater and compare, you know, the whole class. And once you do that, we did this several years ago. We've been doing this, and once you do that, then you can graph the information. Let's say here you say from time 0 to the whole class at this time, and then you have when the teacher was moving around the groups, when the teacher asked a question, when the teacher was doing, as if he did an experiment in this moment, and in this moment, when the teacher was waiting for the students, when the teacher was asking an open-ended question, when there is some administration, when the teacher was lecturing, who could do both things simultaneously. So after you get all this information here, you get, you know, this whole graph with information. You could also use other protocols, but this takes a lot of time, and it's, you know, it's very intensive in manpower, and maybe you can do it from time to time more for research, but it's not very practical. And so how can we automate all of this? That's what we're working. And so this is the way. Now with the new language model, you have much better transcriptions, you know, voice recognition, speech recognition, and produce, even with the noise in the classroom, you're getting already satisfactory transcriptions, automatic transcription for at least what the teacher said, and we're starting with the teacher. And so we have all what his speech transcribed, and once we have the transcription, can summarize so that we don't want to read the whole thing. We just summarization, but not only summarize.
You have 5 minutes left.
5 minutes, okay, all right. And then summary. So the idea is you record with transcription, and here is some models with machine learning that are able to predict. For example, here the teacher is presenting. This is the time. Here is presenting, and here is presenting, and this model is somehow. This is the red model here is computer, and said, okay, it seems to the model that the teacher is presenting, and here is presenting again, and here was the teacher is guiding. So somehow the model is able to listen from the teacher and the transcription to see when the teacher is really guiding. And now we're using with this transcription, that this information that it is this according to this protocol. Now we use ChatGPT or other machine learning or large language models, and it's able to summarize the whole class. So the lesson goal was division of fractions, and you know this is the information. And the teacher presented the challenge of establishing whether a piece of land, etc., etc., etc. So somehow we want something like this, not longer than this. So what are the main points? But according to certain framework, theoretical framework, what should be the important thing? And here this language model now are able to help and produce a summarization of the lesson. So that's what we are working right now. And then how to implement this use. And here we think, okay, you know, to introduce this is less. Imagine this is a classroom with a network of the different teachers, and there is another network of teachers, And we think this kind of network, there's connection between teachers, is a way that is could make the diffusion of ideas. And so we're trying to think way to have this community. What will be the structure of the community? Again, AI, a new network kind of analysis can help. What kind of network will help to disseminate more ideas? It's not just any kind of network. So there's a whole word now in AI, which kind of networks, according to what you want to transmit and the new ideas propagate, what is the most proper kind of network? And you can think that each one of these is like a school, you know, how this, and you can test these ideas in different kind of schools, how would they will propagate. And finally, what can we achieve in the next 5 years? I think with the AI, we have powerful and new tools. And I think it is a wonderful time, very exciting time to introduce, to analyze and get the full power of lesson study. And I just showed just here 5 applications, and I'm probably there are several others, but I think these are applications that we can start using, start trying and using right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roberto. So actually, I have an experience as a teacher, and I was always wondering how I could analyze the inputs, the outputs of the students and their behaviors. And I found one answer from your keynote session. I was impressed how various AIs could play a role in understanding students' outputs. Thank you so much. So we would like to move on to the question and answer session from the participants. Is there any questions? Please raise your hands if you have any.
There is one hand raised. Oh, Yudi. Yeah.
Oh.
You're mute. Oh.
Good morning.
Oh, Dr. Wayudi, thank you.
Wayudi, how you doing?
Hello. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you so much, Roberto, for such an amazing presentation. I miss you all, actually.
Thank you.
Roberto, well, as the moderator said, I also used to be teachers, and I just wonders. And now I'm the fan of any AI that we use now, ChatGPT and so on. Roberto, I have a question for talking about analyzing the personality, the ocean model, right? So.
Oh yeah.
Yes. How accurate is the use of AI, any other AI, ChatGPT, or any other AI, in analyzing the learner or teacher personality? And what step can be taken to improve the accuracy of the analysis? To my questions, because as you know, Dr. Suzuki mentioned that actually the AI doesn't understand us, but we understand the AI, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, how accurate is the use of AI to analyze learner and teacher personality? And what step need to be taken to improve the accuracy? Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Wayudi, well, great question. We have been analyzing the personality of in our opinion of the students. We have a sample of 4,000 students. All of them, this special adaptation of the test for elementary school students we haven't used for teachers, but for the students we have done this. And for example, we have seen that we compute for every student the profile of personality according to ocean model, and then we can see, let's say, we compute when they write an argumentation, and we'll try to detect incoherent argumentation. Probably has some attitude behind one is not coherent, but in general, girls write more coherent than boys. Even if boys in mathematics they do a little bit better in our country here, but somehow maybe it's an attitude problem. But also extrovert voice and other of the profile, write a little bit more, and also, for example, this is the negative. How to call the I forgot now. The one of the profile is somehow predicts that they consciousness, then they write a little bit better. So there is a relation between all these variables, and we compute with using machine learning and statistical analysis as well. We compute the relation between them. So somehow this gives you an information that maybe you should adjust a little bit the activities according to the profile of the students. And for example, girls are more agreeableness in general, women than men, and also in the students having the same thing. So maybe certain activities, then they will be more active if you touch this point in the personality. So somehow this opens us a world of how to design lessons according our activities in order to touch every personality and not just one uniform one. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you so much, Roberto.
Thank you, Ayuri.
Thank you so much. Okay, so shall we move on to due to time limitations, we might need to move to the next session. But can I ask just one simple question? I'm not sure if it's a simple question, but regarding your keynote, Dr. Roberto, I was just interested in the lesson summarization part. You were using a device like smartphone.
Yeah.
Is that applicable for any language? Like, I mean, in any class using any language?
Yeah. Now, let's say you use a smartphone, and now you can record here and you send it to the cloud, and then you can use, like today we use Whisper from OpenAI, same as, or you can use other, and they're doing, there's also Microsoft and Google automatic, and then it will produce you a transcription. Now, if you want just the teacher's voice, you have to have a mic that is only for the teacher. But then once you have a transcription, then you can say, now let's say to ChatGPT or other LLM models, for example, like you, there are several other ones, and then you can ask, hey, please summarize this to me. But not only summarize, you also could send some prompts. I want to summarize in just 100 to 100 words, but paying attention to this kind of thing. Let's say the open question the teacher said, or is some about certain values or thing that you think is important. So not just summarization. So that's what they call it, prompting. You prompt and you want the summarization according to certain optics or your theoretical framework, and then you can get that. So and anyone could do it. I think open AI tools and other tools work in a lot of languages. So yeah, so it's something you could start doing tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much. I was impressed by your presentation. Okay, so Dr. Roberto, thank you so much for your keynote session. Actually, we have some more questions, but we need to move on to the next session. Thank you, Dr. Roberto.
Thank you. Now.
Okay, so let's take a healthy break here for 5 minutes, and we'll resume the session in 5 minutes, which is around 10:57 GMT9. See you soon.
Thank you. Now. Thank you, Masami.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
like meeting people from all over the world.
We love the Universities of Tsukuba's environment.
I like University of Tsukuba Sports Day.
What I love most about University of Tsukuba.
We love broadening our horizons and meeting new, easygoing and open-minded people.
I love the excellent student support and the academic atmosphere in the University of Tsukuba.
We love Tsukuba.
It's more fun, Tsukuba!
Tsukuba 大学創立50周年おめでとうございます。質の高い教育の恩恵を享受する若い世代にとって世界で最も参考になる大学になることを願っています。
I love the friendly campus community and support during the study.
The thing I like most about Tsukuba University is diversity, because here we can meet and learn from people all around the globe.
We love Tsukuba because of the cultural diversity.
Tsukuba always waiting for us. Please come back.
Thank you very much for waiting. Let's restart our session. Okay, so let me share my slide. The internet connection is a bit unstable. Okay, so let's restart our keynote session. Our next speaker is Dr. Raimundo Olfos, a Pontifical Catholic University of Valparaiso, Chile. And the title of his session will be Scaffolding Maths and Socio-Emotional Preschool Teaching Using Lesson Study for a Web Course. Okay, so Dr. Raimundo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, I want to share my screen and I want to give thanks to all the people who is working in this meeting. And I want to share this. Okay. Can you see the slide? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The time that I knew started at 10:45. So I think we are late, but I can reduce my talk, no problem. Okay.
the idea of this talk is referring to a course that we create in our university, thinking in how to support preschool teaching. The problem is how to connect ability of increased mathematical thinking and socio-emotional skills in early childhood. Our work is related to how to support teachers. And how to support teachers is a big problem in our country because our country is very long and it is not easy to connect with teachers. There are several teachers that work alone. So we need to have some course that can go to all the teachers, not all, but a lot of teachers. Our solution is to provide a scaffolding system. What is a scaffolding system? This is a support for teachers that it is work when the teacher is working with students. So how to provide a course that the course go with the teacher at the same time that he is providing her lesson. So our idea is going with the teacher during the year. For that idea, we use technology. That means a web-based course. And we add 2 additional ideas, monitors and peer support. Monitors means that some person go to the room, sometimes connect with the teacher by internet. And the peer support is a community of teachers that work together. So we provide a teacher for 30 people, and the people make groups, 5, 8 teachers, and they are supported by 2 monitors. So that idea of 30 teachers, we want to do at the same time for several 30 teachers. That is the idea of give a support for a lot of teachers. This year we started, last year we started with 30, and next step is with 90 teachers, and the next we do with 230, and then we expect to have 500. That is the idea of our work, because in Chile we have around 5,000 teachers. So we want to go to that quantity of teachers. Okay. So the objective of this project, that is the aim, but I will talk only about 2 years, the 2 first years. So the 2 first years was related to its effective, this e-learning web-based course. This has impact in children understanding, children mathematical thinking, children development of social and emotional skills. So that is our idea, to produce a course and then to analyze if the course is effective and with the abilities in teachers, and it has impact in children. This is an innovation. In which sense this is an innovation? In the idea of scaffolding. Because we are thinking that if we go with the teacher, with the educator, preschool educator, that is our teacher, if we go with them for 1 year and we start providing them some materials, some support, some videos, some opportunity to reflect in the community, some support, visiting the lesson, the room, or putting a camera that some monitor can visit the room, but by internet. So we think that we can support and give some benefit to them. So the idea of scaffolding when the teacher is working is the innovation. So this project, this 2-year project that we finished, we will have year 3 and year 4, that is a other part of the project, but now we are talking about these 2 years. The first year was related to create the platform, create the content of the platform, and in that work, the creation of the content of the platform, we had to work in 4 groups, around 20 people. 13 were teachers, preschool teachers, and 10 we was faculties. So we create 4 groups of lesson study group, and we was working, producing 12 units between these 4 groups. So each group created, using lesson study during 1 year, 3 thematic units. So 12 thematic units were included in the platform. And we add some additional thing, how to manage the platform for the teacher and how to interact. We create the condition for the platform for the teacher to participate in the community, and other part related to how to participate in the monitoring ideas. So 1 year was preparing the course, the scaffolding system. Year 2 was a research. It was the time for the researching. In this case, we start with a pretest for the teacher and for the student too, and then we, after the pretest, in Chile we start in March lessons, the year, and we implement the course. We give support to the teachers during the year until October. During November, we start with the post-test. And the comparison provide the validation of our scaffolding system. In this experiment, participate 30 educators, 60 educators, 30 educators in the experimental group and 30 in the control group. And each teacher, we select, the teacher select 6 children from his room, her room, and those students had pre-test and post-test too. Okay. So the method was to develop the system in year 1, and the experimental design was in year 2. So we was interested in the effectivity of the course and the impact of the course. The effectivity in the abilities to teach, to learn mathematics, and to give support to the student in related to socio-emotional abilities. So if we want to understand what means the content, we have to go to the platform. So I think we will not have time, but we can do it that in other moment. How we test? We have a model. The model is related to the Cohen coefficient. The idea is to move the group, the data of the group, in 0.4, 0.4 as less. That is not too much, but this is important to us because this is that literature considered enough as an impact. So we realized we did 5 evaluations, 3 evaluations for educators and 2 evaluation assessment for students, for infants. In the case of the educator, we used 2 tests that was produced by our previous work during year 5 years ago and 7 years ago. And the third instrument was an American instrument that we translate and we adapted to our situation. That is related to appropriate practice to develop the student character. 2 assessments were related to the students. One was TADI. TADI is a test created in Chile, not by our group, is related to socio-emotional abilities. And the Tema 3, that is Tema 3 is an international test, and it is related to abilities in mathematics. So we have our hypothesis, and we have our experiment, and we have the possibility to prove if our work during a year create or not create the possibility, the impact and the effectivity. In the right side, we have the sentence, use a combined way the representation of the mathematical notion, concrete and pictorial and or symbolic. This is one of the question in the scale of the test for the teacher.
You have 7 minutes left.
Thank you. In this case, we can see the pre-test, the post-test, the experimental, the control, the standard deviation, and the value of the coefficient, that is more bigger than, greater than 0.4. So we produce the effect that we consider is necessary, at least. The second variable, or the second instrument, is related to a theoretical, about the theoretical knowledge, pedagogical content knowledge and content knowledge. There are 12 questions that the teacher answered in the internet. So we get enough too. And respect to the student, so we expected 0.4, but we really do not get with respect to maths. With respect to 4 of the 5 hypotheses, we get. But there was one that we cannot get enough. So this is what we can get, but what we expected. We expected a little more. Our effect was around 8%. I cannot explain because of the time, but this is a conclusion. We produce a chain between the percentile 7 to percentile 15. And that, if we relate the deviation, standard deviation with the percentile, we just give this progress. This is important to us. It's not enough, but this is what we are getting. So we had the chance to continue in this work. How we use intelligence in this case. Our instruments are considered the differences of each people who go to the lesson and get and take information. That information is take for automatical consideration, for produce adaptation of the evaluation for according to each evaluator. And we are exploring how the instrument can be reinforced by themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raymond. Okay, so yes, thank you for sharing your project in Chile. And I was impressed how systematically your project is implemented in your country with the use of AI. And I think the early childhood is a very important stage. So because the influence of teachers is really strong. So I learned a lot from your session. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the QA session. From the speakers, the participants, are there any questions? If so, please raise your hands. Okay, so I have one question. Actually, you mentioned about the online course, the web course for the teachers. Can you explain a bit more in detail about what kind of contents you include in the web course?
In Chile, we have a program, a curriculum for kinder and for pre-kinder. So we consider each topic, the 12 topic, are related to that program. It referred to patterns, series, addition, several things that each one is related to each of the part of the program. Yes. I don't want to show that because I have to use more time.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, if we had more time, I would like to know more in detail about your project. Thank you so much for your keynote session. Okay, so let us move on to the next session. Okay, thank you for waiting. Our final session for the keynote will be presented by Dr. Masami Isoda, Director of CRICED, University of Tsukuba, Japan. The title for his session will be Students' Self-Assessment and Assessment for Teaching for Human Character Formation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My presentation is my co-presenter is Ms. Ryu Hyojin, and as Dr. Suzuki mentioned, it is related with the part of learning signal project. And I will talk about student self-assessment and assessment for teaching for human character formation with example of lesson study for problem posing. Okay, and many of you may know this framework. This is a C-based CCRLS for mathematics. And it is ASEAN, a kind of ASEAN curriculum standard. And if you see, as well as the other keynote, it's focusing on it's also mentioning the affective domain or non-cognitive skills and so on. And for development of those skills and ways of thinking and so on, we may have to have use the appropriate context. And the real-world problems usually choose, and the task sequence is not well discussed in my understanding. And today I talk about task sequence. The students are able to develop the mathematical questions and problems. And how can we develop human characters through the teaching and learning in mathematics classroom? With many collaborators, we developed the online courses, and online many participants participated. And we also, with Dr. Maitri and with the team, in mathematics, we also discussing the teaching approach and localization. And this is a new course announcement. We are planning to have the new course announcement, new course. It will be focused on more Kyōzai Kenkyu. How can we develop the task for the classroom? And we are struggling this program. How can we meaningfully use and develop online courses? And we felt uncomfortableness on teaching through the online system. What is the limitation? Of course, it lost many things, such as nonverbal interaction in classroom communication. Here, I would like to demonstrate 2 cases of practice through formative assessment for human character formation in mathematics classes, which oriented to develop student agency. Student agency means learn how to learn, and it is a part of the learning signal project. Okay. I would like to share the old example. It is already past 30 years ago. Okay. Problem posing lesson and formative assessment. Formative assessment is in Japan we call assessment for teaching. Okay. And the teacher show the dynamic geometry software and some example just so without explaining anything, and ask students to develop their own problem. And the teacher walked around for knowing what kind of problems students are making. And then at the presentation phases in class, teacher noticed to whole class that student X developed a similar problem which was just presented by the other student. Teacher noticed is student X. So while walking around, he knows what kind of problem students are making. He already knows, and he can say that. And then teacher asks the student to raise their hand if they develop similar problems. Besides the happy smile of student X, student Y looks uncomfortable. Why? And this example explains the competitive and sympathetic attitude which can be seen in cultural practice for mathematics. Okay? Why? Anyway, these different faces, 2 faces, appeared by the assessment for teaching. Teacher already knows. Then he can call X. But in the case of Y, uncomfortable. What shall we do? Then X happy to be shared and Y uncomfortable because unshared. So, okay, teacher asks students to raise their hand if they develop different problems. Okay, then teacher said, right, if you develop a different problem, please raise your hand. At that moment, he looked, X looked Y. Y. X looked Y. And then X closed his arms, a triumphant look. Y. Friendly and liberal. Okay, that is the relationship. They usually, depending on the classroom teacher. And it is also teacher observe the student faces. And then he asked, please raise your hand if you develop a different problem. So we can see that competitive and sympathetic attitude. We would like to share the idea. Everyone would like to share the idea. And it is deeply related with human character formation, this kind of thing. Okay? And I just difference of each student belief in mathematics. At the second cycle of problem making, student Q presented the problem by using center of gravity. It is little bit difficult problem for the ordinary student. Then 3 students are U, V, listening the explanation by Q. And then teacher asks, raise your hand if you understand the explanation of Q. Okay? 3 of them raise their hand. However, all began to talk with neighbors. You lost concentration. Okay? She talked with neighbors and he lost concentration. She's talking with the neighbors and concentration, and we still try to follow the teacher's question. Teacher asked, can anyone explain more simply? And then teacher asked, which condition did Q change? So what are the difference of these 3 students? If you are a teacher, how do you assess and feedback each student? Don't talk to say something like that, or try if we, okay, there are many selection and it is deeply related with the objective of assessment. And problem making from photo, problem posing from photo, its effect. The only 3 hours trial at this time. This is a grade, every grade level. Mathematics is appropriate subject for the people who would like to think something new. Okay? It's become bad. Average. However, if we have 3 plus hours for the problem making, after this is 5 months, still many students believe that mathematics is an appropriate subject for the people who would like to think something new. And all significant differences. Okay? And the problem making lesson changes student view of mathematics. And then case 2. Develop individuality on making problems from a photo in mathematics through the interaction. This is the case of 7th grade, and using this picture, okay, using the photo, from this photo, please pose the question, make the question. And at the end of the class, student A said, if the problem has too many conditions, it looks too difficult and not interesting for me. Thus, I thought it should be better if the problem itself is not too difficult. And as student C mentioned, it might be a good problem which we can solve it step by step to reach the answer eventually. And the lesson, those 8 has 8 phases. And firstly, show photo, and secondly, ask problem making. And the third is that sharing problems each other, and so on. Okay? And student A is not succeeded at the first problem making, but didn't give up, astonished by B and C problems at 3, sharing a problem each other. When A saw the other B and C's problem, she astonished. And then at the second problem making, number 5, she succeeded. And the case of student B, he developed outstanding problem. And the case of student C developed a problem also. And the teachers wondered at A's stagnation at the first problem making and chose exchanging their worksheet for sharing each other problem at the sharing numbers for the sharing number three, instead of presentation at the front of all students. He chose this strategy, just to share the worksheet. And this is a case of graph of emotion drawn by the student B. Okay? Student B developed excellent problem. And he recognized I made an interesting problem. And finally, at the finally, we discuss about how to make problems. Okay? And at that moment, his final problem, his own problem is very much excellent view. And then student C developed a problem from the case of student C, also developed a problem at the second. And her emotion is likely the summation and increasing. The ways of drawing the graph is not the same. It looks like the differentiation. This case is the integration. And she also provides the good perspectives for the problem making. And it was enjoyable to listen A and B's commentaries, and I learned a lot from A and B. And by summarizing ways for problem making, I was happy to see my own progress. That is the result of student C. And this is a case of the graph of emotion drawn by A after the lesson. And when I saw the photo, I couldn't imagine simple problem, but I couldn't go further. Okay, and the final commentary, she learned from the others. Okay, and then final commentary is this: if the problem has too many conditions, it looks too difficult. It is as saying against B's opinion and not interesting for me. Thus, I thought it would be better if the problem itself is not too difficult, and as mentioned, it might be a good problem which we can solve it step by step to reach the answer eventually. Okay. And the teacher this is the graph of emotion by teacher. Firstly, this part, teacher wonder and consider the way to exchange and sharing. Okay. And finally, okay, I asked them to explain how to make problem. However, each of them claimed what kind of problem they would like to make, and it demonstrates each perspective for better problem. Depending on the student, better means a different. Okay, and at this pink stage, number 2, was problem making. Okay, teachers gave total 64 occurrences in phase 2, and teachers gazed a lot. And this is additional. Okay? This is the learning signal. It is the heart rate and electrodermal activity. Okay? And this is the teachers. Firstly, teacher walked around the student. This is the stage of second. So teacher walked around the student, and he looked at a glance, and the teacher tried in front of A, noticed that A was not making progress, so he responded to the instruction. And then A3 and A4, his heart rate increasing a lot when he saw A's inability to pose the problem. He wondered. And this is the those are the interactions by the case of the electrodermal activity and the skin conductance response. Okay? This is actually the signal. And each signal we can interpret by the activity, from the activity.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. So this is the conclusion, implication from those lesson studies, and include the learning signal, a problem posing lesson. Student, it is significant to know, develop, and improve every student view, and a student, student can make the problem. Students are able to make their own problem in the lesson. And it is significant to know, develop, and improve every student view or values for mathematics to demonstrate the developed problem to others, an opportunity to know each student competitive and sympathetic attitude. Okay? And the problem posing from Hoto, we really well recognize the personality and assessment for teaching. Student facial change are key for assessment for teaching. And the graph of emotion. Okay? Graph of emotion represents where the process of self-evaluation and the change of emotion. And the learning signal well synchronized with heart rate monitor. And the electrodermal activity, skin conductance response clearly corresponding one's impression of others in relation to human interaction. Especially in this case, we just mentioned that interaction between teachers and students. That's all I have. And thank you very much, Professor Dr. Suzuki.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isoda, for your keynote session. Yes, we had a very long time with the online classes under the COVID pandemic, but we recognize that the appearance of peers in the class is a really important factor for the learning process. And I thought not only this process might be applied into other subjects other than mathematics, am I right? Yes, thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to the QA session. Actually, we have one of the audiences said that she would like to have your presentation slides because it was so curious, but we can share this later on the website, right? Okay, so we will do that. So please wait for the update. Any questions from the participants? If you have, please raise your hands. Oh, I've got one from the audience. Let me share to Professor Isoda. Okay, our question is, Okay, here's one question from the audience. Tell us how to implement lesson study effectively in online classes, since there's a concern regarding lack of human interaction. Please, Professor Isoda.
Thank you very much. Many of the participants today are participating in the online program. Thank you very much. And this time, we are asking to invite teachers as a So this time, next session, we are planning to invite teachers. You mean that the audience as a participant in the video taking. That is the current plan and discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your answer. So let us move on to the next program, which is 5 minutes break, followed by the reports from the Economies for Lesson Study 2.0. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
I like meeting people from all over the world.
We love the Universities of Tsukuba's environment.
I like University of Tsukuba Sports Day.
What I love most about University of Tsukuba.
We love broadening our horizons and meeting new, easygoing and open-minded people.
I love the excellent student support and the academic atmosphere in the University of Tsukuba.
We love Tsukuba.
It's more fun, Tsukuba!
筑波大学創立50周年おめでとうございます。質の高い教育の恩恵を享受する若い世代にとって世界で最も参考になる大学になることを願っています。
I love the friendly campus community and support during the study.
The thing I like most about Tsukuba University is diversity, because here we can meet and learn from people all around the globe.
We love Tsukuba because of the cultural diversity.
Tsukuba always waiting for us. Please come back.
Welcome back to the conference. Now we would like to resume the session. Our next session will be reports from Economies for lesson study 2.0. Sorry. So we have 6 presenters in this session. Dr. Colleen from the University of North Texas, United States of America. Dr. Arif Hidayat from the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Dr. Ida Yap, University of the Philippines, from the Philippines. And Dr. Marcela Santino Nieto from Universidad Pedagógica Nacional, Mexico. And Gwen Chitan, Dr. Gwen Chitan. Oh, sorry, I should have put doctor here. I will rearrange it later. From Vietnam National University, Vietnam. And finally, Dr. Ivan Vygotsky from the Moscow Center for Continuous Math Education, Russian Federation. And the moderator for this session will be Dr. Masami Isoda, Director of CRICED, University of Tsukuba, Japan. Please.
Okay, now we would like to begin the economies sessions. And actually, we are the friend. So we already with this project is more than from year 2006. We have been working together. So first name is easier to talk. Call me Masami, okay? And Colleen, so next first speaker is Colleen, Eddie Colleen, University of North Texas, United States of America, and he is well-known researcher in the world on the assessment and so on. So please.
Thank you, Masami, and I think I can share my screen. So, thank you, and thank you for, I just really enjoy, I consider you all friends, and I'm so glad that we're able to at least be together virtually. I would much rather be together in person. So I'm going to share with you some research that was done and completed just prior to the pandemic. And in writing up the results, the pandemic actually showed how much more important this work is. So I'll just dive right in. So first of all, the University of North Texas is in a very densely populated area called Dallas-Fort Worth, DFW. We're actually at a triangle, and we are this yellow, or this green star, because green for UNT. So this work has to do with teachers that were part of lesson study. And, like we've heard, the focus on the students, we know how much important it is to for teachers to be motivated. So our question here, research question, was what were the contextual factors that shaped the psychological need of relatedness when mathematics teachers participate in lesson study? So I'll kind of explain a little bit of that. The theoretical framework that was used was self-determination theory by Deci and Ryan. And they identified 3 needs that must be present to support intrinsic motivation. And so their relatedness, competence, and autonomy. And I bring this forward to you because this particular paper that I'm presenting on focuses on relatedness that characterizes being supported by others in a safe and nurturing environment. And so the idea that lesson study is done as a collective, we wanted to see if this was present. So we hypothesized that teachers would experience higher levels of learning when intentionally promoting social and environmental workplace factors that enhance satisfying the need of relatedness. So there's been one particular study done back in 2004 that said that they're more likely to embrace new learning and implement classroom strategies with sustained commitment if these psychological needs, all 3, are met. So the methods we use, so this is, like I said, this was part of a longitudinal study. And this particular work came with a group of teachers that we had been working with for 2 years. And of those 17 teachers, 8 of them were selected based on a pre and post means of the teamwork quality survey. So the results, the participants were categorized into 4 quartiles, and 2 teachers were randomly selected from each quartile. We did have a teacher who chose not to be a part of the study, so we actually had an additional teacher from quartile 2. So you could see the qualitative data included interviews, journal entries, and field notes. So just a little bit, if you don't know about the teamwork quality survey, it has 6 factors. And so the idea that they would be able to work in collaboration, and it's a self-evaluation tool that can be used, and that's been validated. And so that's what we used for that. So the findings after evaluating the qualitative data, 3 themes surfaced that answered the research question. I'll put it back here. So remember, we're just talking about relatedness, that feeling of being a part of a community. And so we had 2 that were positive interpersonal dynamics and collective agency, but then we had 1 that was non-supportive, a contentious interpersonal dynamics. So the highlights related to positive interpersonal dynamics is that people were generally positive in their communications. They were respectful, they trusted one another, and they were open to new ideas. And so here's a quote from one of the teachers, and I think this is just really significant to provide the teacher's voice in this. And so they would say the positive team dynamics increased their learning with greater depths because they actually got to explore the research lesson and spend time talking about it. And that just expressing how everyone was open to new things and taking risk when learning. So another thing, collective agency, was the capacity to support one another as teachers engaged in new learning. So that idea that they're risk-taking, they were supporting each other. The challenges associated with growing pains when that's occurring, connected with new learning, dissipated when team members shared that challenge. So here is what one teacher said: just working with others was a huge factor, because if I tried teaching it by myself, I would not have the confidence to teach all the pieces that's required by the lesson. by working with others, I was forced to do every single aspect of the lesson. Now, like I said, this was one thing that was not supportive, and these contentious interpersonal dynamics. So meaning the communication was not good. They had reduced feelings of being connected with their team members. But what's interesting is that their interpretations of these experiences varied on their professional growth. And so that was really interesting. And sometimes we kind of focus on the positive, but I thought what was really interesting in this non-support was how it could be supportive. So if you look at the first quote, it said that they spent too much time arguing, that they didn't value each other's opinion, they weren't willing to compromise. And the other one, the teacher spoke to being more challenged because of that contentiousness, because they had to justify. They said when everything went smooth, that they didn't learn as much. So it was a very interesting to actually hear the voices of teachers and what they said. So I know I'm going over this very quickly, but this paper is published and can provide you the full paper. So I'm just hitting kind of the highlights. So the implications of this is that relatedness, which is one of the factors, the psychological factors of intrinsic motivation that is needed, is that increases the teacher's ability to learn while engaged in lesson study. We answer this question of the perceived contextual factors by including what increases or what could potentially hinder the psychological need. It matters, and I know here, kind of just speaking, we have spent 2 years that really was kind of like everything kind of shut down, and we need to look at the psychological health of the teachers, and so we support them so that they can support the students in their classroom. So one of the things that I've been thinking about So one of the things that I've been thinking about in terms of our research with AI that has been discussed here is how may AI support teachers' intrinsic motivation, and then how may AI and qualitative research support each other? Because you still need that human aspect as part of that research. And so how can teachers be confident that the AI is providing the information that's needed? And so I see future research, just kind of supporting that as well. So here are my references, and then I'm willing to take some questions. Oh, and I apologize that I did not do the, Yeah, I apologize for not sending it to the slideshow presentation till now. Yay.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions?
So may I ask a question? At the
Yes.
last commentary at the conclusion, as for the next step, you are planning to use AI, but what kind of AI you are considering to use?
So
AI means that the ChatGPT is in these days, some teachers already begin to use ChatGPT for the lesson planning and so on. So how might
Yes.
AI support? What kind of AI currently you have the images imagined?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. And I'm not the expert in AI. So my question is, is there someone who'd want to partner to kind of look at this and who already has an idea of what kind of AI could be used to do this work?
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, Colleen, well, it's Roberto. Thank you very much. Do you have this information of, because you talk about relatedness, yeah?
Yes.
And so if you have the transcripts of all the what I talked during the lesson study group analysis, maybe you can use AI to detect, in what part of this whole analysis, or they were talking each other. You have sentiment analysis and how they relate to each other, and maybe you can use this AI to detect the relation between the teachers. So probably there is some kind of structure in this relatedness between them. Maybe it's two groups, and one group is more related and between them, and it is a positive relation. So but you would need to have the transcripts of, I don't know if you recorded all the planifications, the lessons, and the lessons when they discusses this.
Yeah, so we do have recordings of all the interviews. I don't know that we have recordings of all the discussions and the debriefs. I'd have to go back and look.
Or maybe in the future, if you plan to see how AI could help, if you could record the discussions, would be something very interesting. And see, there must be interesting information there. Now, doing it by hand, it takes a lot of time. So the AI could help to synthesize what was there, and if there were some groups and of people, and yeah, so there is some structure in the relation between them, and then connect that with what they really obtain in the lessons.
No, I really appreciate that, Roberto. That's really good. I may be contacting you more about that as well. So thank you.
Colleen, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Still more questions? Yes.
Actually, Colleen, we have one question from the YouTube audience. May I? The question is, may I know what other existing AI tools that could possibly help us to analyze students' facial expression, emotion, and reaction for lesson study? The existing AI tools.
No, I think that's a great question that I don't have the answer to. Roberto might have a better answer to that question. So Roberto, I don't know if you want to answer that, AI tools, or not.
There is a growing number of tools, but I think for face analysis, Dr. Suzuki show what they're doing, and basically you have to think you have to put some equipment in each of the students and teacher, or you can have just a camera. So if you put some instrument, it's much better. You get much information. But if you have just a camera, video camera, or a smartphone, that's what the thing we did, you just get more a broad picture of, and not maybe a detailed facial expressions. But it's a growing number of tools to analyze emotions from face. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for your answer to Colleen and Dr. Roberto. So shall we move on to the next report?
So next report, thank you very much, Colleen. So next report is from Indonesia, Arif, and he is in our group, one of the youngest researcher, and what is his strength is that he's leading lesson study in Indonesia, and he all video recorded and developed protocol. So please.
Thank you so much. Sensei, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, we can.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, but first of all, thank you so much for having me in this session, and I would like to use effectively 12 minutes as given by the moderator. The report about this session from Indonesia is from a massive movement of MOE about lesson study for postmodern society through school-university partnership. So I can put as a term super school-university partnership, and I would like to explain a model, practices, and its lesson learned. First of all, briefly, I can say that building learning community from school-university partnership actually is to reduce the gap between educational research of the academician and theory, and then craft knowledge, which this is having among teachers. So actually there is a gap between theory and practice, and this gap knowledge in teacher training happened. So how to reduce this one, we propose by connecting school and university. And we hope we can create a new knowledge space. So this is the background from theory of Manabu 1 2018. Then this exists in professional learning activities, especially in Indonesia. If you look at the picture, and I would like to put another abstraction from that picture in another side, you might see those are teachers, teacher trainer, principal, and this is reflection by teacher in lesson study process. But if reflection by teacher trainer, the position is different. I mean, in the reflection actually is not equal when somebody talk. If the speaker is young teacher, speaker is not young teacher, the position is different. So it looks like there are unequal power relationship that exists in the professional development, and this is a big obstacle in forming of learning community in the future. So also back in the case of Indonesia, we have invisible hierarchy. I don't know the context in every single country of ladies and gentlemen, but in Indonesia case, we have a very invisible hierarchy, starting from junior teacher until university faculty. And then starting from kindergarten teacher, looks like the lowest one, primary, secondary, high school, assistant professor, and becoming professor. But this invisible occurs in schools as a community if there is a PLC activities, unseen but can be felt. We might find it's difficult to ask the bottom to rise, but the top is expected willing to be more humble. So basically, I have shown you about two obstacles that might be becoming a big challenge when we're doing lesson study, not only in the past, but also in the tomorrow. Then the way of teacher and teacher trainer learning actually is not pedagogy. It is more on andragogy. And because this is more on andragogy, so I would like to take a theory from the Gascon about didactic transposition. I think didactic transpose is a term from the mathematics when you're working with the matrix, where from the academic knowledge, connecting with the community knowledge, connect again with the thought knowledge, and finally come to the students learn. So what's the meaning of this shifting of the didactic transposition? This didactic transposition happens when somebody from academic knowledge from university come to the community knowledge, such as lesson study, and then they come to the thought knowledge taught knowledge is lesson design, and then come to the students learning is open lesson, then the reflection might be inversely will improve lesson design, improve the community, and finally will improve academic knowledge. So I do believe that how adult people in lesson study activities learning through this didactic transposition rather than learning as part of the pedagogy or just input. Then institutionally, because we are this paper connecting between school and universities, the relationship between universities and schools actually less balanced. Let's like point. Of course, they are collaboration, active engagement, and so on. But this is university, and this one is school, and the capacity line. School is small, university is big, of course, bigger, and then benefit line. Usually, school gain benefit more to university, and the university gain little benefit from school. Maybe for sending our students for teacher practice, or maybe taking data and so on. But another one is the line. University is kind of the higher than school as institutionalized. This has happened a lot, yeah, in the context of my country. So if I want to put this as a line of the equality, then the equality line is not equal between university and school. And this is the reality. Then it hopes by we design school-university partnership is a shifting process, a process that university with their line of benefit, level of equality, and size of capacity is getting equal. Of course, it takes time. It takes time, definitely. Let's say this is maybe the first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, or maybe after 40 years. Then the university capacity is not becoming smaller. It's still bigger, but the school capacity is also bigger. And the line of benefit is getting balanced. And also level of equality, level of confidence is also getting balanced. Then this one is initiative from a team, lesson study team Indonesia to give influence to the MOE, and then MOE approved as a national policy sensei. MOE initiative of bridging between school and university starting from 2021 when the pandemic hit us very hardly, 2022 last year, and this year onwards. So it has been 3 years program. And instead of asking faculty members come to school and teach and making them teaching, no, we asking them how to design, implement a model, creating learning community by school-university partnership. And this picture is guidance, national guidance that we are writing this guidance for all universities, especially teacher education in Indonesia. And then every single year we involve 60 faculty members from 52 normal universities, sensei, that producing teachers, and then involving 30 national-wide schools and only public schools, but now coming private school as well. And it took about 5 months program. And the model draft is coming like this, starting from the classroom in university. And the university lecturers should find challenges. What are challenges in pre-service context, in pre-service classroom? Then these challenges put as research lesson. And this research lesson defined by faculty members. And this research lesson becoming what are research lesson in order to help students in the future. So actually number 1 and number 2 is problem in university. Then university lecturers come to the school. And of course, if they come to the school to make lesson study togetherness, they have a different research lesson. They have to listening, researching, learning. So they're not becoming a resource person directly. They're becoming just a member of the lesson study conference or lesson study activities. Then having spent about 2 months, they will got lesson learned from school to solve or reframing and answer the research lesson, then come back to the university. Then they practice lesson study in university. So basically we have 2 different lesson study in university level and also lesson study at school level. Now, The number 6 is lesson study and revising practice in university classroom. So starting from the university, come to the school, back to the university. And when they come to the university, they invite teachers from school to observe university open lesson. Now, what we hope, everything is improved. That's the model that is doing and then proposed by me in 2021. And these are the activities of the practices of the super activities. We devoted into 4 sections, 3 days with us, and then about 2 or 3 months. This is about research lesson and action plan, how to define it. And then they have to make lesson study at school, at least 3 cycles, collecting learning artifacts. Then they come back to us to report, analyzing findings, lesson learned, what kind of the alternate research lesson. Then they come back to university to practice lesson study in university, at least 1 cycle, but mostly 2 cycles. And they have experience lesson study at school, lesson study at university, and then school university together to develop lesson study from those 2 different institutions. And finally, they disseminate presenting. And this is qualitative finding. I cannot explain because the limitation of time, but I would like to show you a systematic finding. Lesson learned is shifted of partnership model. The partnership model is coming from informal to be professional development school. And then the partnership model is coming to the this one, collaborative inquiry. Then lesson number 2, we can create new knowledge in the 3rd space. Creating knowledge in the 3rd space, involving university with student teachers, involving local community and teachers, and of course students, and university teachers also becoming specialists or experts. And this creating new knowledge in the 3rd space actually will reduce the gap, because from the gap, we have activities who facilitate diffusion of knowledge between university and schools. And these efforts through research and skills through practices, and then through listening, researching, learning from university lecturers. And what we expect is powerful teacher learning community, as mentioned by Deborah Mayer, 1991. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you so much indeed. Sensei, over to you.
Thank you very much, Arif. So,
hi, Sensei.
Any questions? So I have a question. If you focus on the learning community, and how can we establish? And there is a hierarchy, and cannot listen.
Yes,
Can
I
you
have a
listen?
question. May I ask a question?
Yes,
Yeah,
please, Sensei.
No, no.
There is a hierarchy.
Please, first. Professor Vayodi first.
I think Sensei first question, Ivan. Sensei, Ivan, then me. You have 3 questions, Mas Arif.
Ya, Pak Wahyudi, mohon maaf saya masih di GTK, Pak. Jadi ini paralel, mohon maaf Pak Wahyudi.
Okay.
Okay, please, Dr. Wahyudi.
Oh, thank you so much, Sensei. I thought you were good first. Okay, Ivan, thank you. Pak Arif, thank you so much for sharing the super program. So this is new for me. And my question is like, because I know that in my past experiences, it's not so easy to bring the school level, have the equal power with the lecturer in the university. Pak Arif know much better. But I see in the several lines. Now we have like guru penggerak, right? So what do you think? What is the prospect of super by having the guru penggerak in every school? I think personally, from your presentations, I'm very positive that super will be a real super. If we can involve the guru penggerak and the program of curriculum merdeka and so on. It's the good momentum, Arif. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed, Papa Yudi, for your question, a beautiful one. Yeah, Guru Penggerak is kind of the national movement of the MOE, a very positive initiative. What I'm thinking about Guru Penggerak is becoming catalysator, Pak, catalysator to create a knowledge in the third space, especially. Yeah, and then with Guru Penggerak efforts and also their training, they can create a more effective professional community of practice, Pak. That so far I have been working with a lot of Guru Penggerak, and then comparing with non-Guru Penggerak, Guru Penggerak or driven teacher, they becoming more reflective. So we called driven reflective teachers. So it's kind of the fast catalyst to boost up or to form the third space. Thank you, Pak Wahidi. Thank you again.
This my my reflection as well. So I'm very positive. Maybe it took 40 years. Maybe hopefully 5 years. So this is the momentum for having super on the track. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
I have a very minor question. Professor.
Ivan, please.
Very minor question. Question is, what did you mean when talking about the university is getting less benefit from school than school from university? What do you mean talking about the benefit? What a benefit is?
Okay, thank you for your questions. My slide is talking about a very context and also a very historical and very local case in Indonesia. Usually we have teacher training institute or normal university. Normal university, when they need something to school, let's say they want to send their student teacher, but go to the school, take some data and then back to university. That's it. That's a benefit that they get from school. But when they come to the school, maybe they're not paid good money when they go to the school. But when they go to the company, when they go to the conference, maybe they have a good money for that one. That's what less benefit. Number two is when they want to writing academic papers, they will not involve teachers as a writer. They just involve teachers as the object of the research. That's less benefit. But if teacher come to university, teacher will consider university a sensei, as their teacher of teacher, and they will, okay, so many knowledge we got from your professors. So that's my interpretation about line of benefit. Hope this answered the question, Mr. Ivan.
So it is about money. I thought that the whole benefit that university has from school is that the students, those university is getting benefit from school because school gives students to the university, and school gets its benefit from kindergartens to all. So the only benefit is the profession. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Arif.
You're welcome, Sensei.
Then next speaker is Araya, University of the Philippines.
Yes, thank you so much.
She was the former director of the UP NISMET. She is the former director of UP NISMET. So please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me, Sensei, to this conference. Actually, when Isoda Sensei invited me, I was hesitant because I don't know what to share. And he suggested that I talk about the our association, the Philippine Association of Lesson and Learning Studies, and what we have been doing. And in addition, I'd like to share with you also the initiatives of our institute on data science, AI, and computational thinking. Okay, so let me just proceed. Now, we have an association, we call it the Philippine Association of Lesson and Learning Studies, which was established in 2016. It is an offshoot of the Lesson Study Program of UP NISMET, which started in 2006. And would like to thank Isoda Sensei for inviting us during the first APEC-Tsukuba conference on lesson study. Because of that participation, we started doing lesson study now in the Philippines. Try to introduce them in public and private schools. Now, may I just mention that this program of UPNISMED received an award from the Chancellor of the University as one of the most outstanding extension program. And PULSE, we just call it PULSE, and I think that's a good acronym because PULSE is friends. So teachers are friends in trying to improve the teaching and learning process. So it's a local version of the World Association of Lesson Studies. Now, the main goal of PULSE is to support the development of lesson study in the Philippines through research, curriculum development, and organizing fora, seminar workshops, and conferences, not only in science and mathematics, but also in other areas. Because NISMED, from the acronym, is we really focus on science and mathematics education in the Philippines. Now, let me share with you some of the activities we had since 2016. So PULSE had been partnering with public and private schools and promote lesson study. And we support these teachers when we do trainings and seminars. So these are only some of the workshops and trainings that we did. PULSE in partnership with schools in the different regions. Now, the PULSE hosted the first National Convention on Lesson Study in April 2019 with UPNISMED. And the theme of that convention was lesson study, collaboratively improving practice one lesson at a time. So in this convention, there were more than 300 participants all over the country, wherein we invited international speakers like Isoda Sensei and Christine Lee to be the keynote and plenary speakers of the convention. Because of the success of the first national convention, we decided to have a second national convention on lesson study, which is supposed to happen in May 2020. Unfortunately, we have to postpone it because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and hopefully we can have the convention next year or probably this year. Now, the theme of this second national convention is opportunities for learning in lesson study practice. Now, as you can see, the proposed venue is in the northern part of the Philippines, because usually when we have lesson study, the concentration is in Metro Manila. But now we try to go out to the field to reach to more teachers by having those conferences in different parts of the country. So we are now targeting the northern part of the Philippines, and hopefully the Visayas, and Mindanao area. As you know, Philippines is main focus island, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Now, what is exciting about this convention is that we are trying to have the school themselves lead the convention. So this is in partnership with the local government of the Quirino province and the Department of Education, Schools Division Office of Quirino, and the Quirino State University. So we are trying to let them do or lead the hosting of the convention on lesson study. Now, on the part of NISMED,
Ida, you're muted now.
Sorry.
The microphone, okay.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'd like to share with you the projects now of UPNISMED. Currently, we're having the lesson capacity building program for a schools division office of Cagayan. This is again a northern part of the Philippines, and it has 4 phases. The first is laying the foundation. It is simply the online training on developing assessment items that promote scientific and mathematical competencies. And then we have phase 2, which is laying the foundation on content and pedagogy. Here we are promoting teaching mathematics through problem solving and teaching science through inquiry. Right after phase 2, we introduce now lesson study process, which happened in September to November of 2022. Now, you might think, why such a long duration? Because we can only talk to teachers on Fridays and Saturdays, because they are not allowed to miss their classes from Monday to Friday. So we have limited time with the teachers. So we usually do it on Friday afternoon and Saturday. Now, for this year, if you see phase 4, we're now going to observe the implementation of the research lessons that were developed by the teachers. This will happen in September of 2023. So in this project, we were able to train 120 junior high school science and mathematics teachers. Sorry, oops, I cannot move. Okay, so let me just share with you like a success story. One of the schools where we introduced lesson study in around 2006, 2007 is still continuing doing lesson study. And even though we're not already there, the group themselves, actually it's the whole school doing lesson study. So especially in science. So we just go there if we are invited to become knowledgeable other, give comments and suggestions on the research lessons that they were able to develop. Let me now share with you our initiative on UPNISMED. This is really something new. We are just starting on data science, AI, and computational thinking. Now, we are now developing a course on data science for educators, and this will consist of 5 modules, okay? So these modules, module 1 is on data science and data in our everyday lives. So this will simply be an introduction about data science and in our daily lives, and teaching how it relates to various fields. It will also cover skill sets that are needed in engaging in data science and how processing leads to useful information. So basically, this module is an introduction on data science. The second one is on, module 2 is on data visualization. Here, the different ways that data can be visualized is discussed based on the kind of data that you have to be able to give meaningful interpretations. And here, the participants will be familiarized with tools for data visualization. And the third phase is actually exploratory data analysis. This now provides practical discussions on hands-on activities for preparing data for data analysis. So this will handle, or it will cover, different sources of data, missing data, as well as ways of evaluating whether the data are useful for future research or future analysis. Actually, the first 3 modules were tried out with the staff of UPNISMED. So currently, the group assigned here are now trying to revise the modules based on the feedback given to them when they conducted the tryout. Now, still developing are the machine learning, that's module 4. It covers supervised and unsupervised learning techniques for classification, prediction, and clustering. So also included in this module are the different methods for evaluating the performance of a machine learning model. And lastly, module 5 is on natural language processing. It discusses some processing techniques and the application of machine learning algorithms to the processed data. So this course is still, still making this. And if we have done the revisions and finalization, we will try to offer this course to teachers and other stakeholders, but we'll have to have the course authorized by the Department of Education, NEAP, because so that the teachers who will participate in this course will get service credits, because they need these credits in order for them to renew their licenses, teacher license. Okay, so this was the picture we had on the first 3 modules. And let me now give you the next one. This is on AI and computational thinking. So we are just starting this project. So actually there are 4 components, and we are still in the first component, that is the development of AI and computational thinking curriculum for KS means key stage 1 and 2, and capacity building for teachers. Now, in the Philippines, when we say key stage 1, we are referring to kindergarten to grade 3. And then key stage 2 is from grade 4 to grade 5. So actually, key stage 1 and 2 is for elementary level. Now, key stage 3 is for junior high school, which is grade 7 to 10. And then key stage 4 will be for the senior high school, which is grades 11, 12. So in the Philippines, we don't have, it's not a 3-3 in the high school, it's 4-2. The 6 years is 4-2, 4 junior high school and 2 senior high school. So under this component, we are now trying to scope at existing AI and the computational thinking curriculum. And we are trying to make one. We are now trying to make one now on our own based on those studies. And then which will be aligned with the national AI roadmap. Also at this stage, we will try to identify entry points in our existing curriculum and develop and validate curriculum guides in math, science, and language or literacy. Okay, so to capacitate building the knowledge of teachers on AI and computational thinking, we're trying to raise the awareness in AI, and we are trying to tell them or inform them of the application of AI to education. So we will provide support for teachers in using AI tools in teaching more effectively. Okay, so I'll just focus on this slide. And then the third one, the second component is actually the technical assistance for the development of the Ariba learning playlist. So the teachers here will support the teachers in the preparation, validation, and finalization of their learning playlists for the key stage 1 and 2. So here, when we say Ariba, actually you might be wondering, what does Ariba mean? It's not really an acronym for something, but it's really a cheer, like Arriba, something like that. So it's not an acronym for something. So in this stage, the teachers will develop the resources. Experts will review the resources that they did, and after reviewing them, they will be returned to the teachers, where the teachers will revise and finalize those resources. And another component is the technical assistance for the selection of resources for developing AI and computational thinking capacities. So here we will try to identify the appropriate learning resources to support the delivery of AI and computational thinking curriculum for, as I've said, for the key stage 1 and 2. And of course, in any project, we now have the third component, which is on evaluation, on the learning spaces for teachers and learners. So here we will go to classroom, observe the implementation of the resources that the teachers did, and possibly conduct FGDs, focus group discussions with teachers and students in the field. So that's the project for AI and computational thinking. And as I've said, this is something new to us. We're just starting. So we go through the process, and hopefully we can finish this within the year. Actually, we are partnering with a school division office. It's somewhere in Metro Manila. But in case the partnership will not push through, MISMED will still continue developing the AI and computational thinking curriculum. Okay, so I'll skip this. Is actually and other activities for the AI computational skill thinking. We are trying to host a day of AI this coming June 2023 and conduct trainings on invent an app, and another will be on Internet of Things and 3D
Dr.
print.
Ida,
Yes.
could you wrap up?
Yes, I'm done, Sensei. This is my last slide. So thank you very much for your attention. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rich project you have UPNISMED has rich project for AI and data science and so on. I astonished. Thank you very much.
It's really something new, Sensei. It's like a baby, our baby. So we're just starting.
Yeah, just starting, but what is the necessary thing is that to do such a project, we have the, how do you say, the scholar who are well known the AI and data science and so on for education.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, okay, now the time is already spent. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Aida. Then Kenji Tan from Vietnamese National University. He is the Dean of the Faculty of Education. Oh, no, sorry, Dr. Marcela. Sorry, next speaker is Dr. Marcela Santillan, a university. He was the former rector of the Universidad Pedagógica Nacional, and she was the former Director General of Ministry of Education. So please.
Thank you very much, Masami. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. So we have the screen. Y ahora sí que no sé qué pasó. So you're looking at the screen?
What?
You're looking at the presentation, Masami?
Not yet. It's not yet.
Not yet.
Yes, but then you're gonna move it? No, I'm gonna share my screen, okay? Yo soy la única que se ha hecho bolas. Pero yo la quise meter. Ahí está ya. Thank you very much. Okay?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you. I'd like to start with this just to have like a meaning for all the things that I'll be talking about. So it's just a look of Mexico and talking of Mexico as its diverse territory. In the cultural richness of Mexico, there are 11 linguistic families and 68 different linguistic and cultural groups. And they have their own number systems. They have their own units of measurements, and they have their own geometric ideas, okay? So, as you know, for the last 4 years, we have a president that comes from the left-wing parties. So for the last 2 years, Mexico has been preparing a major curriculum reform. And the main issues around the curriculum reform are equity is a big issue, and trying to enhance the results of low resources and people that comes from those groups that I just mentioned a moment ago. So for these 2 years that we have been preparing this major curriculum report, we end up with a national curricular framework and synthetic programs. I will say that the group I'm part of has had a strong influence in the synthetic programs. So many of the issues that we have learned together during these 70 years were able to take in account, and many of the experience that these young people and some of my colleagues have in working with in intercultural processes are in the synthetic programs. So that's mainly what we have done during the 2 years, okay? And in January this year, all these national curriculum and synthetic programs were shared with the teachers, and we're working once every Friday on the last week of the month to discuss January and February, the curricular framework, and in the case of March and April, the synthetic programs, okay? And now I'm gonna talk about February and March. Now I'm gonna talk about what's gonna happen next. In this curriculum framework, where we intend to go is to advance in the construction of a dialogue of knowledge through recognition of other logics of knowledge construction, to accompany the communities by an active process where studies become not only territorial, but also ethical and political literates, to make explicit the knowledge and values of the different communities and articulate it with school knowledge. So after they've gone through this framework and these synthetic programs, now we have to build like a document with the community where to make explicit the concepts, the knowledge, and their own values that are implicit in the activities of the community. One of the issues that was raised very strongly during these 2 years is that there is not enough relation between the community and the school, okay? So many of the issues that they think that has been a negative influence in our results at school is that there are not a strong relation between the community and the school. So for the next 5 months, we should be doing this work. How are we going to build these knowledge, values, and resources of each community? Instead of external collaborators preparing a questionnaire of predefined questions, what we intend to do is in some of the schools where we're not part of the ministry, but from a university. So what we intend to do is work with around 10 schools with the community members themselves and try to build the documents about the reality and prepare what they call a diagnosis that articulates the concerns, the knowledge, the values, and resources of each community. This is going to be done inside the school, and we're going to have some time to build this kind of practice. What we want to do is the process of learning in the activities through a methodology known as photo voice. And here comes on the first approach to information technologies. What we want to do is we want to help them, just go and work with them. So they build photographs in the activities selected by the community in such a way that while some of the participants are carrying out the activity, others are registering for the photo voice, okay? So what we want to do is what they value as the main activities and what are the processes, the knowledge and the values, so they can feel that school and community are working together to enhance their results. To encourage the participation of community members in the process, we're going to finish with a critical dialogue between two visions of society, life in the territory. Vision one, from the figures of the consensus of the National Institute of Statistics and Geography. This is information related to indicators such as education, housing, health, and nutrition. And a second vision, the one that the community carries with itself, that's going to be built through the methodology I just went through very quickly. Complementary materials, maps that we will use to refer to the territorial situation. And what we're going to do is to work with geographic information systems elaborated in a participatory way to investigate the territory and promote greater reflections on the matter. So our first issue will be using this information technology to build this diagnosis, okay? Because finally, on August, we have to join the two visions, the synthetic maps and the diagnosis that we have from the school, and make a first approach about what teachers will be teaching and what modifications they will be doing on the next year. So we're using a methodology that was developed with 4
Remaining 2 minutes.
From 4 our states. And here's, you can look at it. It has been already used. And thank you.
That's Marcela.
Mm-hmm.
So the questions. So the project is, how do you say, the establishment related to the establishment of the learning community.
Yeah, the way they are working, there are 2 issues that are related with our work during these 15 years or 17 years. The first one is that it has helped us a lot to make the synthetic programs, okay? In the case of mathematics.
Yes,
so
yes.
Much of the things that we have learned during these years are there in the synthetic programs. And they are working in something that's very much close to the idea of a lesson study, but the decision of our minister is to make the teachers as a community prepare the first lessons such that they can take the context from the diagnosis that they obtained from these two visions, the vision that the minister have about the school and the community, and the vision, the values, the knowledge that they have, the people of the community already have. Okay?
Okay. Thank you very much, Marcela.
Thank you, Masami.
So thank you very much. So next, because we are now time rushing, so we will move the next speaker. So next speaker is Kenji, Dean of Faculty of Education, Vietnam National University. Please. Okay. So Chitan, please.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so hello everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present about lesson study in my country, Vietnam. So the presentation outline is, first of all, I would like to talk a little bit about the context introduction relating lesson study in Vietnam. And then I will focus more about the lesson study version 2.0 and some in Vietnam regarding this study. As I mentioned in several times, in Vietnam, the Ministry of Education have focused on using lesson study activities. For example, you see here the very important ministerial decision about the lesson, about using lesson study in teacher professional development. The decision on 2014, and the date, the number is 5555. Yes. So the ministry have focus and pay very attention about the teacher professional development, and lesson study has been introduced. Is one of the several modes to do lesson study, to do professional activity in Vietnam. And also in Vietnam, so we have a great interest in lesson study. For example, if I find the keywords lesson study by using Google in 2023, so very recent, you can see that we can find about the 70 million 500,000 results. So that the lesson study have a lot of interest from the Vietnamese teacher, and also teach the activity by using lesson study have also very in 2017 we have about the 15 million results, but in 2023 we have about 26 million of results. So that means this attention, this interest is growing up. And when we talk about the context, educational context in Vietnam, we can not mention about the new curriculum for the according to the competency approach. That means we focus a lot on the student skill to apply the school knowledge or textbook knowledge or curriculum knowledge in the real life situation. And talking about the context, we cannot, for the digital transformation in education. For example, here we talk about the 6th digital transformation trend education, or we talk about the 4th industrial revolution, with the core technology like digital AI or big data or biological, for example, genomic diagnostic, treatment, engineering, etc. And the context of nowadays situation is also relating for the science paradigm. For example, now when we this subject is science, we have to talk about the data exploration. For example, we unify theory, experiment, and simulation by using data and exploring data in research and also in the, some innovative pedagogy. For example, we talk about the data, which is now introduced in a lot of higher education institutions for teacher training. Here, for example, another thing relating for the fourth industrial revolution technology. And that has been introduced very clearly in the new curriculum. For example, in the new curriculum, we talk about the computational thinking. We talk about the five competence of the computational thinking, like algorithm or condition for evaluation and estimation or abstraction, choice of representation, etc. So that's I would like to show that in the new curriculum, the thing related for the computational thinking has been presented very clearly. And for the context of Vietnam now, some research have been shown that for the teacher professional development in Vietnam, they have some limited, some problem, like for example, evaluative attitude of the teacher when they observe and they analyze lesson from the outer teacher, or also bureaucrat, or the lack of learning. When they analyze the lesson study, they have a tendency to focus on the teacher activity, not on the student activity, for example. And the lack of dialogue also between teacher, because for Vietnamese teacher psychology, they have a little bit size when they receive a teacher in their lesson and they receive analysis or critical from other people, and the lack of motivation and incentive also. So from that context, we have some question. So which context we have to use, which direction for the lesson study, what content we have to use when we do some demonstration lesson, or what competencies that teacher have when they observe or they analyze or give analysis or give opinion about the lesson given by another. And important thing that I would like to focus here is the with technology. And so I would like to focus a case study in the province in Vietnam. So in that province called Bắc Giang, the lessons demonstration has been announced and invite every teacher of that province in 2 districts, Vietnam and Tân Yên, to participate for different mode, and that we use some technology to do lesson study. Here for the online organization, for example, teacher can do register by the Google form, and so after that they can disseminate the result by different tool of media, for example the web or TV of provinces or radio of provinces. So they use a different tool to disseminate the result of the lesson study in that province. And also they can use Facebook to open a forum of discussion for the teacher and researcher in Facebook. For example, here you can see the Facebook created for lesson study forum, and the name in Vietnamese is Mạng lưới nghiên cứu bài học. And also they can use technology to analyze the lesson online So here we can say that the pandemic of COVID-19 has been, left some good, good skill for the teacher. So they can now use a different technology and different media to analyze the lesson and also to express their opinion. So from that, we think that the lesson study version 2.0 start to be implemented in some places in Vietnam. So what I call by version 2.0, that means the lesson study plus technology. And here you can see some technology in previous example. And the second thing is that some teacher whose skill are using for professional activity in Vietnam, but rather limited to some places. Especially for some province or cities that which the educational leader have very willing to introduce technology in practice. And also we have some different approaches of lesson study model should be clarified to Vietnamese teacher. For example, the example that I mentioned above use a Sato approach. Rather subtle approach, and we see very little about the reference on relation with, for example, lesson study introduced by Tsukuba University or by Masami, for example. And the fourth and the last one is we should have a more research question. Yes, we should have a more research question about using the fourth industrial technology in lesson study. Which is now still very limited in Vietnam nowadays. So I am very pleased and grateful to. I learned a lot from your presentation, and I do hope that after that I can contact with you and to have to learn from you more about some research and project about the lesson study using the more modern technology. In the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chitam. Huge number of the lesson study you have. We are astonished. And any other questions?
Yes, I have another question, but maybe.
Please.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Chitam, nice to meet you here. Nice to meet you here. I was said that the main.
Yes, nice to see you again. Yes.
The main benefit is not the conference by itself. The main benefit is some communication on markets in restaurants, and after all, I hope that we will do it soon. But about your presentation, I found you have said that the evaluative attitude of teachers is some lack or some flaw in, and this is something that hinders to I don't know, for professional growth, for teacher professional development. It is a bad thing. But we had the same problem, and we understood after all that the evaluative attitude of teachers is an unescapable thing, and we learn how to turn into the motivated thing. So we put all the kinds of problems the teachers, some problems teachers can't solve, and they understand that they have to teach how to solve these problems to the students, and after that they start to ask, to trying to provide those problems on the open seminars in universities, in internet, how to solve the problem. This is the impact for inter-teachers, internet or intramural connection and communication. So evaluative attitude is not so bad after all. We can use it for teacher development. Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe some internet problems on my side, but I said that evaluation intended attitude of teachers could be used to provide their higher motivation.
Yes. I think as I said in my presentation, some of the problem in the teacher professional development in general and the lesson study in particular is that in Vietnam, the teacher, I think in my opinion, they have seen lack of how to evaluate or to analyze a lesson study, which should be focused more on the student learning activity than the teaching activity. So
yes, that's right. That's right.
Dynamic
That's why I
teachers
said
they
that
have tradition thinking about the if I was you paying attention about the results of the student. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that's my
Thank you.
remark, that evaluative attitude is not so bad.
Yes.
Chetan, and thank you very much, Ivan,
Yes.
for the question. So the now, because of the time already spent a lot, so we would like to move the next speaker. So thank you very much, Chetan. Okay. So next speaker
Thank
is
you. Thank
Ivan
you.
Vysotsky from the Moscow Center for Continuous Mass Education, Russian Federation, and he has been managing the mathematics achievement test system and the database.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Masami. Good afternoon to all our Japanese friends and Philippines friends and whole Asia. Good evening to our American friends. And we have very early morning, so sleepy again, sorry. Thank you for not for coming, for your appearing on the screens. I will, sorry, show my presentation, this one. I think you can see now, yeah. Start from the beginning, yeah. You know, I am a specialist in teaching mathematics. I'm not a big specialist in AI. When talking about AI, I always remember what happened when we maybe 20 years ago were thinking about how to use computers and how to use internet in our professional activity. And I always
could you show the slide as by the slideshow?
Sorry?
You want to present this mode? It is not a presentation mode.
Can you see? It's okay? Do you see the presentation? No?
Okay.
Let's try once more. Do you see the presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, Glenn. Okay.
So sorry, distracted. When we're talking about how we are expected to use an AI or something like that for big data education, I always remember that we were talking about the same 20, maybe 30 years ago. How do we expect to use internet or no computers, then internet, and before many years ago how to use ball pens. I don't think that we have to think about that. When we've got a task problem, coding tool is appeared to help us. Now we don't think how to use computer or internet because we are communicating with each other via Zoom, for example. Yes.
And the problem will come and the solution will come after that. Maybe AI will help us to solve those problems. I'm working with probability statistics in the Russian school, you know, for many years, and started in 2004. And now we've done a long way. And this last 2 years were very saturated with events in the mathematical educational life of Russian Federation. First of all, we have proved new standard written and then approved new standard, and this standard is very important because first time we have probability and statistics as the independent studying course, like algebra and geometry. Now we have 3 parts of school mathematics. It's funny to hear, sounds funny that something in mathematics could be an independent course. Yes, I mean a standalone course, the full course of probability with one exemplary, with one, say, special hour per week for grade 7 to 11. And there are goals we see before in front of us are development of statistical probability and probabilistic literacy and culture. It's very important to offer some soft mathematical models instead of deterministic and rigid mathematical models to the school, and of course introducing the law of large numbers as the fundamental laws of nature, which has its own mathematical implementation, its own mathematical formalization, expression. It's last year I've been working over the new textbooks for grades 7, 9 and grades 10 and 11. It was very captivating and very boring at the same time. The principles of the new course are as follows. The primacy of statistics is very important. A statistic is first and the probability theory is second. I've told it many times. I don't know. I didn't want it to change before I want to change. Sorry. The second principle is that understanding theory of probabilities is a mathematical basis for describing data for statistics. So the statistics is the first thing or the first place, and then using statistics as a tool to develop the understanding of students about changeability and uncertainty of the world. Then we can proceed to the probability theory to try to explain some laws, to explain some observation about stability and sustainable development of the process in the world around us. The third thing is very important, that the statistics and probability might not be combinatorial in school. Combinatorics is very important and interesting. It has nothing to do with probability by itself. I want to show some new didactical units that we have introduced in the common course of the probability and statistics. First, the theory of graphs theory. For example, we are decided to introduce to the federal programs, to federal curriculum, the idea of plane and planar graphs and about Euler characteristics and Euler formula. On the slide on the right side, you see the Caucasian Mathematical Center, the Caucasian Mathematical Park in Maikop, the capital of Republic of Adygea. Very interesting place. It was constructed and opened in 2018. The south part of Russia, not very far from Sochi, and this is the center of mathematical tourism in Russia, if I can say so, but it's true. Mathematical tourism is interesting phenomenon we can observe now. Scientific tourism as a phenomenon, and mathematical tourism as a part of scientific. You see the roads, the paths in this park are isomorph. The graph of the roads is the graph, and the road is isomorph to the famous graph of the Königsberg Bridge. You know, 7 bridges, and this problem was the very first problem. And Euler solved it, and after that he decided that he created a new mathematical part of graph theory. The second is new element for high school. This is advanced level, of course, advanced level, because we have refused of general education ideas of quality, and we have 2 levels: the base mathematics and advanced mathematics. And now I'm talking about advanced mathematics school. The next very important element is Chebyshev theorem. Chebyshev theorem is a form of the law of large numbers. And for example, the very simple illustration how the average in the sample is going for almost for sure to the expectation when we are tossing.
Remaining 2 minutes.
Thanks. 10 points. 10 points. New didactical units, elements of math statistics, were decided it's important to introduce some ideas of verifying the statistical hypothesis and sample surveys and estimations. And very interesting, the first time we tried to do that, about random walking. I know Professor Roberto, I very like determined walking. Yes, we know this cellular alchemists, but we think that idea of random walking is important also. And for example, we're talking about how the random walking in the one-dimensional case can develop itself, like for example, I don't know, small problem. Okay. 2 days ago, I've been in Nizhny Novgorod on the conference. It's an international conference of the Association of Statisticians of Russia. Very interesting place, and the people were very interesting at this conference, and we decided to strengthen the connection between the educational teaching community, teachers of mathematics, and statisticians of Russia, because we have to say many interesting things to each other. And this unit, maybe this will give a new impact to development of statistical and probabilistic culture in school, and for teachers, also for students. During last 10 years, written already more than 10 learning books, textbooks, and didactical books. I think that after that will provide the understanding of probability and statistics in school much more rapidly and much more intensively. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry if presentation.
Thank you very much, Ivan.
Not much.
It is very much interesting for the new, how do you say, innovation of new curriculum construction. And I have a question in relation to the, for example, in these days, there are some teachers use ChatGPT to develop the lesson plan.
Yes,
And
they use.
my question is, you show the principle, and at the same time, you are considering mathematics and using the catchable activities, principle, and the analyzing the mathematical task. We develop the task sequence and curriculum and so on. And there is a principle. On the other hand, so it means that there are objectives are embedded in the process. On the other hand, ChatGPT, just we put some necessary information, some lesson plans appear. Can you imagine you are developing the your curriculum? You are now developing the curriculum and so on. Such activities are possible for the ChatGPT because there is a principle, and the interpretation of a principle means considering the objective, right?
Yeah. Sometimes some unstable connections, so maybe I didn't catch the question properly, but about GPT, yes, teachers do GPT as well as students do GPT to write their diploma sometimes. And you see the GPT is AI, it is not just I. So it has, as any artificial intellectual system, to label the information from the outer sources. Our task is to provide the correct and full sources for GPT, and otherwise, this system would take information from wrong sources, and the lesson plans would be very bad. In other hand, the real teacher, the real clever teacher, is working in high-level school, and I should say experienced teacher never writes a plan of the lesson. Never writes a plan of the lesson. If teacher needs a lesson plan, so it means that we have to help him using GPT or using open sources via internet. For example, in Moscow, should say 5 or 6 years ago, we started a project, Moscow Electronics School, where the full information needed for teachers to develop their lessons, to develop the training courses is open, and they can take it without any problems. More than that, the Moscow government said that if you use this Moscow Electronics School sources, in this case, you are not, how to say, undergoing under some control from the superior organizations like Moscow Faculty of Department of the Education. You are working with the system, you're all right. So, in short, AI like GPT text compiler is AI. It takes information from people. We have to saturate the information field of internet in the community of teachers with information which is right, correct, and fitting for GPT to compile their lesson plans and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, actually, the chat, I'm not sure that I'm not using the ChatGPT, but I'm not sure that if ChatGPT provides us some document, we are not sure that really, how they say, it has well embedded the objective or not.
Yeah, maybe now I understand better. saying, yes, there are two things. First thing I have to do, and the second thing I have to give my report. For the first thing, what I have to do, I have my head, and for the second thing, I have to do some report. I can use GPT, for example.
Thank you very much. Yeah. New, I'm not sure that ChatGPT provide us new ways of didactical transposition. In any case, we have to think under the.
That's right. Yes, we have to think. Still, we have our heads. We have to think. Otherwise, we die.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Now in Japan time 1:40. What time in your time? Some of you are very night, and some of you are the early morning. And thank you very much for all of your contributions until this time. We already extended to 20 minutes. So I would like to wrap up the session and today's activities. And from the past, we are focusing on AI and data science. From the perspective of AI data science, we have two keynote speakers. Dr. Suzuki discussed about from the perspective of engineering, how do they analyze the effectiveness and so on. And he used the term signal. Okay, and also the Dr. Roberto Araya discussing about using the various approaches, and it's related with the machine learning and so on. And other presentations are based on how can we catch up the movement. And for example, there's a question about the facial expression analysis. There are several software existed, and some of them are very much expensive. And however, I'm not sure that software is a good software for education. For example, there is the Ekman's analyzing manner of the facial expression. And on that manner, the feelings are divided into some category. But for example, if the facial expression analyzed sad, we are not sure really sad or not. And in the Dr. Suzuki's presentation, there is such an antithese was embedded. And I'm working, I have opportunity to work with Dr. Suzuki, and I also learned that there is a signals, but with who will interpret? And of course, in the case of machine learning, there are some new knowledge system, so not necessarily the interpretation. But as long as how to say, we plan the lessons by ourselves, we are using the something support, and we need something support tool. Otherwise, just analyzing the AI is not sure that at this moment. However, I discussed with Dr. Roberto that currently he is making the effort, and now he is finding the various connections and so on with a huge number of the data. And if we have well experienced, we can go into the lesson study 3.0. He mentioned. Okay. Lesson study 2.0 itself is Dr. Roberto name. So now the era of data science and AI and data science, we may need to consider the ways of using. And as the linkages session, as I mentioned, at the last year's workshop, in the case of language education, English education, Dr. Nahatame mentioned current existed software and freeware and the ways of shows us the ways of analysis. So such as approaches existed. However, we also need the limitation and so on at this moment. Anyway, this workshop are planned to challenge for the new wave to establish the new wave of lesson study 2.0. So on that mean, we also try to use the software and equipment and so on. And at the same time, new waves are not only limited to AI and data science. Online is now become normal. So how can we use the online? And last year's Dr. Maitri's the workshop, first workshop, there are discussion about that the integration of the online and on-site. So such now we also need to consider such a way. And such a wave is also in this workshop counted as a lesson study 2.0. Okay, this is my brief summary. So thank you very much for all of your attendance. After we close, if you would like to talk some, please remain. Oh, before that, we have the time for the information for the certification. So now we would like to close. And if you remained, the speaker, if you remain, we can continue to discuss for the next step. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isoda, for closing the conference. So I would like to explain to the general participants about the certificate of today's conference.
May link ako yan. Oh. Yung sa YouTube. Hindi naman siguro i-down ka agad yan.
I hope you can see my slide. Okay, so let me briefly explain how to get an e-certificate for today's participation. This is a sample of it. And here, there are 5 steps. First, please fill up the certificate form, which can be downloaded from this QR code. And please make sure to ensure the spelling of your full name and organization and email address, especially for the email address. If you put the wrong one, I don't think it will reach you. So please be careful to be correct. And we will try to make this certificate within about 1 month. And if you have any inquiries, please contact us. And the deadline for the form will be 17th. That is a Monday next week, 6 o'clock GMT 9 Japan time. And there was some questions from the audience that you would like to recheck and review today's conference. The YouTube recording will be available from the YouTube channel, so please utilize them. Okay, so can we close? Thank you very much for joining us today. We'll see you someday again.
Thank you very much, YouTube audience. Thank you very much, YouTube audience. We also have a chance to see you at the online course and so on. Thank you very much.
これ、チャットボックスに、I think
Just 2 more minutes. Okay. After two minutes, we begin to discuss. How do you say second session?